And here we are. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It's a Wild, Wild, Wild Mount. I'm Mr. DM. Hello, amazing players.
Hello.
Hello, DM.
Hi.
So, a few quick announcements, and then we'll get right into it. Thank you for your patience. As always, whenever you plan for things to work, of course they don't. So there's always technical difficulties. So thank you for being patient and bearing with us. So the first announcement is for those who are new to the stream, we have inspirations that you can use channel points to buy for the group or individual players. Each of you has the ability to buy 2 each, but if you're feeling really saucy and you want to fuck with the players, you can give me inspiration. It's a little more expensive, but it's worth it in the long run. Just be very, very aware of how many that you've been given, because you will be locked out once you reach your limit. So use your inspirations wisely, but please use them, because they are definitely very helpful for our players and for myself in in certain situations. If you missed the announcement in my stream yesterday for Lost Mine of Phandelver, that was actually the campaign finale was yesterday. They completed the Lost Mine of Phandelver campaign, and starting August 25th, we will be continuing a new campaign with the same players and same characters. We will be doing Tyranny of Dragons. So if that's something you're interested in, Wednesdays will still be full, but not until August 25th. So join us then. It's going to be same time, 7:30 p.m. It's just there will not be any streams on Wednesdays until the 25th. Which leads me into my next announcement, is that we are all taking pretty much off next week. So there will be no streams save one. I will still be streaming Friday Night Magic next Friday, because of course I am. Because I fucking love that game. But everybody, there are a number of us who are doing numerous things, and out where we live, there's also a music fest happening, literally called Music Fest. So we are all participating in various fashions in this festival. So we will not be able to be here. So next week, no streams except for Friday evening, Friday Night Magic. So just adjust your calendars and your schedules accordingly. But we will be back with Wildmount the following week, and then the week after will be Tyranny of Dragons and Wildmount. Okay. And then I think August 16th, which is a Monday at 7:30 p.m. I will be doing a wrap-up session with my Monster Hearts 2 players, where because it was only a 6-session game, there were apparently a lot of unanswered questions that the players and some viewers want answered. So that is going to actually be a full-on session of just asking questions of each other. You get to ask questions, the players get to ask questions of me. I might have some questions for the players. And that's going to be August 16th, as we kind of wrap up the Monster Hearts 2 all together. And just so you're aware as well, we still have our merchandise from the Monster Hearts 2 game currently in our merchandise store. That is going to be going away very soon, within probably in the next 3 weeks. So if you have not picked up any Monster Hearts merchandise, Monster Hearts 2 merchandise, our Whisper Bank campaign merchandise, now is the time. You got 3 weeks, but that's going to go by pretty fast. I don't know about you. I always remember the summer going by super fast when I didn't want it to. So just get into our merch store, see what you want, and get it while the getting's good, because in about 3 weeks, we're going to have a whole new round of merch. And that's going to be based on the artwork that we have for our new Tyranny of Dragons game. So please, by all means, get that in it while you can. Again, the artwork is done by Isaiah Roa, amazing artist. You can find their information in our about section. You can find their Twitch. You can find their Twitch. You can find their Twitter as well. So please, by all means, go into our merch. You can actually get in the chat. You can just put exclamation point merch, and a link will come up, and you can see what's in the store. Okay, and that actually is all I have. So with that, let's get back into our game. Alrighty, so last week, due to a number of different things that you as a group have done, you garnered the attention of an individual known as the Gentleman, who politely invited most of you to meet with him. Some of you not so politely, but definitely invited you to speak with him about certain situations. Not happy with his organization being exposed, as well as some of his deliveries and goods being destroyed, as well as some of his people being killed. He was not happy at all. However, he did give you a few options on how you could make good on all of these things. A number of individuals owe him some monies, which you are to collect upon. And if the monies are not available, there are other ways that he would be satisfied that the transaction is complete. He informed you of this, and a number of you agreed. A few of you had some moral dilemmas about this that were addressed in different ways. But as a group, you began to argue and discuss how you would actually go about doing these things. Galen had a violent bowel movement that seemed to derail much of the discussions. But you did come to certain conclusions as your patron Leopold decided that there should be a family meeting, whereupon you were encouraged to share certain things about yourselves with each other, to begin strengthening the bonds of your group. And within the hopes that this would bring you a little closer together, start to build some more trust, while you decide how to accomplish the many tasks that you have ahead of you. And mind you, these tasks that the gentleman has asked you to do are not even the tasks to begin mending fences, if you will. These tasks are more to see how capable your group is. And then, should you find yourself in a situation where the gentleman believes you are capable, he will then trust you with situations that will actually begin to pay your debt to him. And that is kind of where we left off. You are all still currently in Leopold's Tower. You are trying to figure out your next steps as to where to go and what to do. That's where we currently are right now. So what would you like to do? Bueller?
Galen's gonna go to Leia and continue his rogue training.
Okay.
Karina
Yeah.
and Phoebe, can I talk to you when you're done?
Sure.
Sure. What is the time of day again?
You're all not sure. Whenever you go into the tower, there's very much a disassociation of time because there are no windows, and you always just seem to have this like odd feeling of like time is either moving slow or moving fast. You're never 100% sure until you actually leave the tower. But if you had to take a guess, I would say make a survival check for me.
Did we have our long rest since the last game?
Nope, not yet.
We also haven't taken any
7.
damage.
7.
I have.
Yeah, you're not sure. I mean, you all had dinner. And then you had your kind of like family meeting with Leopold. So if you had to guess, maybe it's starting to get like early evening, maybe.
Leah has had a shit night being tied up in a burlap sack on the basement with a pervy little goblin dude. She would like to wash and go to bed because she had. I took like 4 points of damage.
Okay. Oh, that's easy enough. So Leah kind of tells you to pound sand, Galen, when you knock on her door, because she's clearly not had a good day, and you were with her, so you kind of understand.
Yeah, I'm not. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I'll leave you alone, Leah.
Wash up, we stink.
Are there actual baths in this place? Like
You have wash basins
okay.
in your rooms,
Okay.
which definitely seem to be kind of refreshing and replenished. You're not sure if it's magical or not. Most likely it is, considering where you are. All right, so that's Leah and Galen. Jarena, Phoebe, and Sora, you wanted to talk?
Yeah. Do you guys want to do you want to go investigate at least the orphanage?
I think that the 3 of us investigating is probably excess because we'll draw attention to ourselves.
Well, of us 3, who's the stealthiest of us? Certainly not myself.
Are you planning to tell the others what we're doing, or?
I don't think they care. I think they just want to go and get it done, and that's it.
But this is the problem. We need to trust each other as a team. It has to start somewhere. And if we decide to go on our own volition, it's just going to cause more issues.
I mean, I don't care. If you want to tell them, that's fine. I would just like to at least know, at least the orphanage, what's going on there and why she borrowed so much money.
And you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but if we don't inform our group what we're doing, miscommunication can happen, and again, we need to start trusting each other as a group.
You're not wrong. That's why I said if you want to tell them, go ahead.
I trip over my own 2 feet. All the time.
Yeah, I'm not the stealthiest of wizards. Phoebe, are you willing to go and check it out?
I can go on ahead and check it out, see what's going on there.
And who do you want to tell? Because I know Leah went to bed.
I'll tell Squall.
All right.
And I go find Squall. I'm going to scout ahead at the orphanage. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
And I don't know if Sora Serena, do you want to come along, or do you just want me to scout it?
I will follow. This way it doesn't look like we're together. How does that sound?
I don't follow.
I'll follow you at a distance, so it doesn't look like we're together.
Okay, so what is it you want me to accomplish exactly, so I don't go in there blind?
Let's scout the area and just see who's around the orphanage and maybe ask a couple of questions. Does that sound like something that would be the smart thing to do, or do we want to question the matron personally?
I don't think going around asking questions would be the best option. I believe just scouting for a bit around the area would suffice.
Okay. Let me check something.
I'm gonna stay in the tower for now.
All right. Rowan, what are you doing?
Rowan's across the room and she hears everything they say.
That's fine. I'm going to cast Comprehend Languages in case we come across anybody who is speaking a different language.
Well, how long does that last?
It's 10 minutes to do the ritual. Just 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Duration is an hour.
Okay. So yeah, you can absolutely cast it as a ritual, and then after you're done, for the next hour, you'd be able to comprehend most languages.
Okay.
Rowan's gonna go to bed for the night. She figures she was not involved in this powwow and decides to go to bed.
All right, fair enough. Squall, after Phoebe tells you what they're going to do, what do you do?
I mean, assuming everybody's on their way to bed, a night's rest would be good after the tension we've already had. So I think that's where I'm at.
Okay.
What kind of time limit do you want to put on this, Phoebe? You want to say an hour or 2 hours? Just to look around and get back.
I would say an hour. The longer I'm there, the more attention I'll most likely draw to myself.
All right. After that, we'll come back and we'll talk about whatever we've gathered.
All right, then.
Okay. Jarina gives you the description and name of the orphanage, as well as the person of interest. You have that information, Jarina?
Yes. It's Silry Dewcloud, an elven woman who runs White Willow Home Orphanage in the eastern Outerstead.
All right. So.
And what was her name again?
Silry Dewcloud.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. So, the rest of you kind of begin preparing yourselves for an evening's rest and you do your various dues back in your rooms, except for Phoebe and Sora. You go to the teleportation room where you touch the large iron golem and find yourselves transported back into the Tri-Spire area, following the specific place that the orphanage is said to be in the eastern Outersteads. You begin to make your way there. It will take you about half an hour, 45 minutes to get there by foot. But you begin to make your way towards there, and you can see that the sun has just set. It is becoming, it's dusk at this moment. There are still people walking the streets. The ever burning torches and lanterns on certain areas of the streets are just beginning to start to brighten. And as you begin making your way to the eastern outersteads, you do see that in this area specifically, it does seem to be not as lavish as the Tri-Spires, by no means. Most of Zadash does not conform to the clearly money-filled and title-filled area of the Tri-Spires. But this specific area of the Eastern Outersteads, there's definitely seems to be a sense of poverty. And you do come across very quickly and simply, as it is a very, very large building, the White Willow home, which seems to be a converted barn of sorts, where it is of massive size. There are numerous windows, both what seem to be on the left and right hand side. But the front, while it does look like a barn, the front does not have barn doors. It definitely does have large double doors, but they are regular sized. And it seems at some point to have been converted into this home. But all around it, you just see what seem to be just regular homes. There are no businesses to speak of. They're just some huts and some hovels that actually are surrounding the building, but not connected to it. But the front double doors of the building are from where you're both standing. You can see is just right there on the street is there, and then boom, there is the building, almost on its own. And there are a few people that are just kind of walking through the streets in this area, seemingly rushing and hurrying home after their day's chores or errands. So you've found it. What specifically are you looking to do?
I am going to attempt to roll stealth and sneak up to one of the windows and have a peek in.
Okay.
I tell Phoebe.
All right. I would say at this point you're both about 150 feet away from this building. And so, sorry, you say that to Phoebe. Phoebe, what would you like to do?
I am going to just watch from afar, scout from afar.
Okay.
Just give an overview of the whole building.
Okay, so I would need Sora, please make me a stealth check. And Phoebe, make me a perception check. What'd you get, Sora?
I got a nat 20.
For a total of
21.
Okay. Phoebe, what'd you get?
18 in perception.
Okay. So, Sora, you begin kind of walking towards the building, and there are a few homes to the side where you're able to kind of duck into like the back alleyway and the shadows that are being thrown off of the actual torches in the street now definitely give you some places where you can kind of in the darkness begin to kind of like stealth your way over to the building itself. And there's some bushes, there are a few trees that kind of surround it. But again, the building itself doesn't look well taken care of. It looks taken care of to the point of it's not falling apart. It's definitely still in one piece, and it is a serviceable building from everything that you can see. But it's long. It's been a long time since it's had a paint job. You can see what seemed to have been like a deep red color of paint on the wood, very faded, most of it chipped and gone. In fact, the newest thing about this building is actually the sign in front that says the White Willow Home. That seems to be like the newest thing comparatively to the rest of the building itself. Phoebe, you begin kind of like taking a very wide berth around the building itself. And again, you're not getting very close. So if you were trying to find something more specific, you'd actually have to get closer. But just at a cursory glance of kind of walking around and also trying to keep an eye out on things for Sora's sake. You do see on the left side and right side of the building, there are at least half a dozen windows on both sides. They're on the first floor. This building definitely seems to have a second floor. The second floor does not seem to have any windows that you can see. And as you make your way around to the back of the building, there are too many hedges and too many trees to actually see the back of the building itself. You can get like glimpses of like the walls, but you can't actually see. You'd actually have to get into the back of the building area to get any more detail. But Sora, you begin to sneakily make your way to one of the windows. And you also see that the back area seems to be more brush, more trees, more bushes, and you start to use that and go towards one of the back windows. And the first thing you see of the windows themselves is there are on the inside, there are shutters, and that there are curtains as well. And the windows themselves look fairly dirty. They haven't been cleaned. So I'm going to need you to make a perception check for me at disadvantage while you try to find a window that you can actually look through. 6. It's really difficult, considering some of these windows are shuttered. They're all dirty. There's like a film of grime on the windows on both what seems the outside and the inside. But you begin to try and look, especially the back windows where the back area of the actual house is, and you can just barely make out what seems to be 3 figures just kind of like laying in what look like very simple beds. But outside of that, it's really difficult to kind of make anything out.
All right. Can I keep going around the building, do an investigation check, see if I can hear anything or...
Okay. I'm going to need another stealth check from you. And then an investigation check.
That's a 14 for stealth.
Okay.
$11 for investigation. I think I'm going to use my inspiration.
Okay.
That was worse.
So what was the investigation check?
10.
10. Okay. So you begin kind of making your way around the back of the building. And now what you can see in the back of the building, there are a number, there is like an extended yard. And you can see what looks like wooden wooden benches, round wooden tables. There is a very simple seesaw in the back as well, and you can see a single door. But there are no windows on the sides of these doors. You continue making your way around. And the door, with your investigation check, you can see that the door is locked. And as you make your way around to the other side of the building and begin to look in that window is a little clearer. You can look through it if you'd like. And as you begin to look in there, you move forward, and all of a sudden you feel your foot step on a branch, and you hear breaking sound of a branch.
I freeze.
You instantly hear, "What was that? What was that? Did you hear that? What was that?" From the inside.
Child's voice.
It's hard to tell. What do you want to do?
I slowly lift my foot off the branch and start to back away.
Okay. As you do, you definitely begin to hear the beginnings of someone coming to a window and beginning to open up the shutters and coming to the window to open it up. Are you going to do anything, or are you just going to keep backing away?
I'm going to stop and crouch down, hoping that maybe I won't be seen.
You are right at the window. Like if they open the window, they're going to see you. About 10 feet behind you is where there are bushes and trees and such.
Okay, so I'm going to head to a bush.
Okay, so are you running, or are you trying to stealth there?
Stealth. Skull.
All right, make another stealth check for me. Phoebe, make a perception check for me. 18.
$22.
22. As you're just kind of like making that wide berth around, you actually see Sara go up to a window, and then you kind of turn your head for a moment, and then you look back, and then Sora's not there. And you just kind of look very oddly for a minute, and then you watch as somebody kind of opens up the window and sticks their head out and begins kind of looking around. And then you see on the next window, someone else opens up that window and sticks their head out. And then the third window, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth just begin to open up, and small individuals begin to kind of stick their heads out and look around. And they just kind of, you can't hear what they're saying from where you are, Phoebe. But it's clear that they're kind of like talking to each other as they're kind of like hanging out the windows. Phoebe, Sara, you can hear them pretty clearly from where you are. Did you hear that? What was that? I don't know what that was. Maybe it was one of those stray dogs. I don't know. It was right by the window. Right. Yeah, we gotta tell her. You sure? She's not gonna like it if we wake her up. Oh, fuck it. Just. And they just all begin kind of looking around out again. And then you hear, no, just let her sleep. Just lock the windows. Lock all the windows. It's like, okay. And then one by one, all of the windows begin to close as each of those individuals kind of like come back inside and begin shuttering. You can hear locks being on the windows being used, like small clicks. And it seems like they are kind of on vigil, as it were, now, kind of awaiting something to hear, or at the very least locking down their windows. They seem a little paranoid about something.
I'm going to continue through the bushes and go back towards Phoebe.
Okay. So you make your way towards Phoebe, without issue at this point, and at this point, Phoebe, you can kind of see Sora making her way, from through the bushes and into the street and making her way towards you.
I tell her, I think it's best to go back now.
I tell her everything I saw, and I agree with her. It's kind of strange, though. The sign looks brand new, but everything else is all dilapidated and run down, and they sounded like they were afraid to even bother her, but also like they were afraid somebody was going, or something was gonna come and do something.
That is strange.
All right, we can head back and we'll give the group a rundown.
Let's do that in the morning. It is late. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right. So you, Phoebe and Sora, you begin making your way back to the Tri-Spires. And as you're kind of walking through the Eastern Outer Cities, you're a good distance away at this point. You've been walking for a good about 15-20 minutes at this point. Phoebe, I need you to make a perception check.
$23.
23. As you're walking through the streets, you can see there are not a lot of people left out on the streets at this point. You and Sora were kind of casing the orphanage for about a good hour or so. And at this point, as you are kind of making your way back, there are less people on the streets. There's a few. Every now and then you see like one or two people kind of making their way through the streets. You definitely see Crown's Guard occasionally patrolling or just standing guard in certain areas. But for the most part, the streets are empty. And as you're continuing to make your way towards the Tri-Spires, you catch a movement out of the corner of your eye, Phoebe, and kind of sitting, like leaning up against one of the buildings, is a familiar half-elf individual that you had previously spoken to that day, who was just kind of like leaning up, looking. Her hood is up but slightly back so you can actually see her face, and she kind of looks at you and she just kind of like motions for you to come over.
I go over.
Sorry, you just
Phoebe?
watch Phoebe just kind of.
Yeah.
I look over to Sora and I say, "Follow me. This won't take long."
All right.
As you kind of come over, this is Kara, the woman that you spoke with that earlier this evening, and she kind of like nods to you, Sora. She says, so casing out the orphanage, are you?
We're just trying to be cautious.
No, it's a good move. It's a smart move. But you two look thirsty. You might want to join me for a drink, if you don't mind. And she kind of motions, and you can see, like, right next to where she's standing, there is actually, like, a small bar.
I look at Phoebe and say, "You trust her?"
To a point, we might as well go.
All right.
So follow me, and she leads you inside. She goes directly to a back corner table, sits down, and without anyone ever even saying anything, the barkeep comes over, plops down a pitcher, and three mugs for all of you, and then just kind of walks away. Doesn't say anything. And she goes, there's something that I wanted to discuss with you. I didn't get a chance earlier. And I see that since you're with one of your companions, this might actually be a good time to talk about. I'm sorry, I'm being rude. I'm Kara, and she kind of puts your hand out to you, Sora.
I put my hand out and I say, "My name's Sora."
Yeah, she shakes it. I saw you in the. Yeah, I know who you are. So listen. I want you. There's something you should know. I mean, I gave you a little, and she kind of like directing towards you, Phoebe. I gave you a little bit of, I guess, of context with the whole of everything that's happening. But what you should know, and what I hope you can tell the group, is that even with all of the things that the gentleman wants you to do, the reality is he's going to keep you doing all of these things. He's going to keep stringing you along for a while. Because the reality is, you've really pissed him off. And you've really, as I said earlier, you all kind of fucked this up really big for him. And so he kind of wants to stick it to you. And so this is just the beginning. It's just going to continue from here on in. But I think I might have a way for that to not happen. And the caveat here is you didn't hear it from me.
I'm listening.
Well, all right. So here's the thing. You've got this laundry list of individuals that you've got to collect for, right? That's like a normal Wednesday for me, and a number of us who work with the gentleman. But here's the thing. Depending on how things go, you're going to need to. Are anyone in your group like really good at misdirection? Just kind of like making people think one thing when another thing happened, or something like that.
Oh, so lying.
It's lying is kind of in that white and black kind of mentality. This is more of a gray area. So here's the thing. In addition to, there are a number of different things that our organization does. Collections is one of them. Protection is another. Smuggling, as well, as I'm sure you're already aware of. But the problem is, you know what? I think it's just better if I show you. You don't have to get back anytime soon, do you?
Not necessarily.
No.
Good. I think we have some time. All right, let's have our drinks really quickly and let's go. And she just kind of pours a mug and she begins swigging it like really fast.
I'm not very thirsty at the moment. I'll just wait.
That's fine, but we should go.
All right, let's go.
All right. And she begins to lead you not too far from where this bar is, until you are out in front of this kind of like modest kind of hovel. And she just kind of lightly knocks on the door, and there's a moment, and then the door slightly opens, and then someone looks out and goes, oh, it's you. And the door opens wide, and you can see this very elderly human woman. Gray hair, her hair is in a tight bun. Very modest clothes. Definitely seems like she's as old as she is. They are still kind of working clothes, and she has just not had a chance to change out of them. She's, oh, Kara, it's so good to see you. who are your friends? So this is Phoebe, and this is Sora. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Maggie. Please come in. And she kind of asks you to come in. She goes, "Oh," the door closes, and Kara's just like, "Listen, he hasn't been yet, has he?" She's like, "No, the prick will be here any minute. If I had to guess." She's like, "All right, can we hide upstairs?" And she's like, sure, of course. Don't, the same as usual. Don't say anything. No, don't. So, very well." And Kara kind of looks to you, Phoebe, and Sora. And she's, "All right, please come with me, quick." And she kind of rushes you up the stairs, into what looks like a very modest looking bedroom. And she pulls back the carpet on the floor, and she takes a very small floorboard, and she kind of removes it. And now she's kind of laying flat on the ground, looking through this kind of open space, and she kind of motions for both of you to do the same, to just kind of like lay there and look. And as you begin to lay there and kind of look, she just puts her finger to her mouth, as it seems like she's listening to something. And almost at the same time, you hear a boom, boom, boom on the door downstairs. And she goes, "Don't say anything, regardless of what you see or hear. Just watch." And then there's another boom, boom, boom. And you make, I'm coming. And she kind of opens the door. And as she unlocks the door and opens it, the door is shoved open. And as she does, you watch as 4 Crown's Guard just kind of burst their way into the downstairs area, kind of also shoving her out of the way. After the 4 Crown's Guard come in, a larger individual, another Crown's Guard, comes in behind him, a 5th. Unlike the others, he actually has his helmet off, and he's kind of holding it under his arm. And you can see he's got a very tight crew cut, blonde hair, not pale skin, but definitely a little, normally it would be pale, but there seems to be like a reddish like sunburn to it at this moment. And he kind of walks in and he kind of closes the door behind him and goes, "Oh, hello there, Maggie. How are you?" And she goes, "What do you want?" He said, "Well, it's a payday." She goes, "Well, you were just here 2 days ago." Oh, let me be clear. You know your grandson?" "Yes." "Well, he joined us. He's a Crown's Guard now. Hip hip hooray and all that goodness. But he's I think you've rubbed off on him. He's a kind of a goody. He just doesn't want to be involved, if you get my meaning. And well, it's costing me coin. So since I can't take it out of his hide just yet, I figured you'd make up the difference for it." And she's like, "What do you want from me now?" "Well, listen, if you want your boy to keep being a Crown's Guard, and you want him to make it home, without any kind of like injuries or things of that nature, you just pay me 5 gold and I'll make it go away." "But I just gave you 5 2 days ago. It's gonna leave me with barely anything." "Well, then you should have taught your grandson to be a smarter boy." Says, "Because 2 days ago was to ensure that we Crown's Guard are able to protect you peasants. Make sure that you don't protected from all the various things that could possibly happen. Right, boys? And the other Crown's Guard just kind of chuckle, and one of them goes, yeah, and just knocks over a vase and breaks it. Because, you see, like, things like that, right? This protection, but that was 2 days ago, so, it's a little less protected than it was. But, this is protection for your grandson. You understand what I'm saying? She kind of just looks at him. She goes, "You miserable prick." And they all start kind of like chuckling and laughing. And he goes, yeah. Not like I haven't heard that one before. Make with the coin, or your grandson comes home with a very severe limp. And she just kind of sighs and she goes, just wait here. Don't break anything else. And she kind of shuffles over to a closet and she kind of goes into the closet and you can just see her kind of hunched over, pulls out some coin and she just tosses it at him. And he just catches it very casually out of the air. Opens it up, looks at it. Well, I think your grandson is going to have a very uneventful evening tonight, and he's going to be perfectly fine, at least for another 2 weeks until payday comes around, right? And she just kind of looks at him and she just spits on the ground. He goes, "All right, I think we made our point. Come on, boys." And the other Crown's Guard just kind of like start mumbling and chuckling to themselves as they open the door, begin to walk out. She just kind of follows them and she just slams the door. You're all just kind of laying there watching as all of this has transpired. And Kara just kind of holds her hand up for a moment. And you're just kind of waiting there for like another 2 minutes. And then she goes, "Okay, we can get up now." And you get up and you watch as Kara just puts the wood pack down, puts the rug back, and begins to make her way downstairs, motioning for you to follow. And as she goes, "Kara, I don't know what I'm going to do about this. He just continues. It's just get worse and worse every time he shows up." Kara kind of, "I know, Maggie, I know. I'm really sorry." And she kind of goes into her robe, and you watch as she kind of puts a pouch into Maggie's hand. And she goes, "No, I can't take another one. I can't take it. Just take it. It's fine." She says, "Oh, thank you. She kind of puts it away. And she goes, "All right, we're not going to take up any more of your time, Maggie. Thank you so much. And come on." And all three of you leave. And as you begin to leave and walk back towards the Tri-Spires, Kara, with you, she goes, "Well, you just had the absolute pleasure of meeting that prick, Gazum Glosk. So, this is the opportunity I was kind of talking about. He has been making very uncomfortable strides and rising within the ranks of the Crown's Guard. And he's not doing it, obviously, for the right reasons, as one would hope within the Crown's Guard. He's clearly in it for money and power. He's starting to be able to influence the hiring and firing of certain Crown's Guard that don't see things his way. He's been extorting from merchants. He's been extorting money from just regular people, mostly in the outer steads, because there's barely any enforcement out here like there is up in the Tri-Spires. But he's been making things very difficult for our organization, and it's just been getting worse and worse. So, my suggestion, as this prick has been a thorn in our sides for some time, whatever it is that you do with the other individuals, if some of it turns a little nasty for whatever reason, if you could make it seem like he had something to do with it, that would get you into the gentleman's good graces very, very quickly.
So you're saying we should frame him to make it look like he was the one who... All right.
You don't understand subtlety, do you, Sora? Like it seems to escape you. Yes, of course, that's what I'm saying.
I just want to be clear. That's all.
Sometimes in our business, it's better to be a little unclear about things as long as an understanding is reached. That's what subtlety is.
All right.
But that's my proposal. You don't have to do it. But if you're looking to essentially begin the actual work of clearing your debt with the gentleman sooner rather than later, this is probably your best bet. So I'll
We will discuss it with the group in the morning, and we'll go from there. Thank you for the information.
you're welcome.
Thank
That's
you.
fine. Yeah, I'll let you all chew on that, and just do as you will. But as I said, I wanted to give you an option. That's all.
Thank you.
All right. You have yourselves a good evening. And she just kind of like very casually begins to walk off in a different direction. Eventually, you make your way back to the Tri-Spires, back to the transportation. We'll call him the teleportation golem, and make your way back into the tower for the evening. You rest for the evening, as most of your companions have already begun that cycle of rest for themselves. You awake in the morning to find yourselves fully rested, all of your spell slots back up to full HP, feeling a little better about yourselves this morning. And you can smell breakfast. You all gather at the breakfast table and begin to discuss whatever it is that you would like to discuss.
So I say to Phoebe, do you want to start since you met her first?
Might as well. So, and I go on to explain how I met Kara in the first place, and how we can possibly shorten the debt quicker without all the craziness, if we can somehow frame this lead Crown's Guard with certain travesty. It would get us in the gentleman's good graces.
I explained what I saw at the orphanage concerning the brand new sign while everything else looks dilapidated, the fear of the small ones, concerning the matron, and the fact that they were afraid. They seemed afraid that something was going to come.
Can I make a suggestion? I think that if we're gonna go start collecting for the myriad, we should probably do it at night. It's very easy for someone to just call for the guards during the day.
Yeah, but concerning what we saw and what Kara said, what would you all like to do? Do you want to trust this, or
We
Is
have
it-
no choice but to trust it.
He sure sounds like a
But-
dickhead. Why don't we just kill him?
Oh, well, look at it this way. And this is what I was afraid of from the start when we agreed to be under the gentleman's thumb. When it comes to societies or gangs, if you will, they will do everything they can to keep you under their thumb. And if you stray away from that, they will use your fears to control you, such as, for instance, putting us on the wanted posters, but this time the information will be valid enough for them to actually arrest us. So, the quicker we can get rid of this debt, the better our chances will be.
And the suggestion of framing seems a good one. We just need somebody who's very good at misdirection and making it look like somebody else did it.
Leah, I think we got our hands full.
Well, how would we do that? We would have to like take something of the guards and plant it at the scene.
Do you have any ideas, Leah?
We have to see what kind we have to see what kind of opportunity presents itself when we're in his presence. I have no information on this. I wouldn't want to make a rash decision that affects the whole group without knowing what's going on.
I bet
Well-
Lucy could go invisible and take something of his.
From what we saw, this guy is a real prick. This poor old lady, her grandson is trying to do the right thing and get into the Crown's Guard, and he's threatening this man's health and stealing from this poor old woman.
I have no problem with framing this guy. I'm saying that I want the best opportunity to make sure that it lands well, that we successfully frame him and there are no questions. We need to do a little bit more. I need a little bit more information, but we have to start getting to work on this, on our work for the gentleman.
You can see things through Lucy's eyes, right?
Yes.
Jarina,
I have an idea.
go on.
Why? Alright, so we still have to do these tasks because the gentleman wants to see how well we follow orders. While we're doing these tasks, Leah can, and whoever else can find out more information about this guard. But if this lady's grandson is being, threatened, wouldn't it be in his best interest to maybe help us take this guy out of the picture by maybe getting something of his that we can plant?
Yeah, did this woman give us evidence that we could plant?
If the old lady's grandson is a goody two-shoes playing by the rules, he's not going to help us frame somebody else. He's going to try to go through regular channels to get this guy taken out. But we need him to be our scapegoat. And that's going to require a little bit of planning so that we don't just fall into another disaster.
Oh, I agree.
Understood.
My suggestion would have been to see if Lucy can maybe follow this Crown's Guard. His name is Gossam Glosk, and was he a captain, DM?
You have no idea what his rank is. He seems to be a
Okay.
high up rank, but you just don't know.
All right, his next showing at the old lady's house isn't supposed to be for 2 weeks, but we give Leah the description of what he looks like and hope that Lucy can possibly suss him out.
You do all recall. Actually, everybody please roll an intelligence check for me. Jarina?
10.
Rowan? No. Sarah?
20.
20. Squall?
12.
12. Leah?
14.
14. Phoebe?
20.
20. Galen?
8.
8. Everybody except Galen and Rowan. You do recall upon your entrance into the city of Zadash, being escorted by an individual that you actually paid some money to watch out for things, who apparently knew the goings on and the ins and outs of the streets of Zadash, and that's how he was making his money. And you recall actually meeting him at the front gates, if that was something that you would like to do.
Does Leah have any contacts in the city? Somebody that she could get some intel from?
Roll, I will say, roll a, because of your background, I will say roll just a general intelligence check with advantage to see if you can remember who your contact is here. You know you have contacts in different places, but
I rolled a 17 and a 16.
okay. So yes, you do recall that you do have. That's not the right thing. You do have a contact here, and why did that happen? They are. Hold on a second. Going through my notes here.
Is it Dwayne?
That was the guy you met at the front gates. Yes.
Peregrine or something like that?
Yes. But yeah, here it is. Your contact, Leah, and you haven't seen him for quite a while. His name is Arniath. And he's a black dragonborn. The last time you remember hearing where he was a fishmonger. And considering that now that you're in the city of you're in the actual city of Zadash, the best place to probably check for that would probably be in the Pentamarket.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So you continue conversation. So what is it that you are planning? What would you like to do? What is the next steps, folks? Come on, don't leave me hanging.
I suggest that possibly Jarena and I go find that guard.
I think we have to go shake down that halfling. We have to start working towards our goal, so that as a show of good faith to the gentleman.
What does everybody else think?
I say get the. I say we should get the first two, the guys who own 1,000 gold, and save the woman who owns the orphanage last, because I think she might be a lot tougher to deal with than the other two. We might need to actually think about her a bit.
It might be difficult to shake her down or do other things if there's a bunch of children present. We have to think of their safety.
I also suggest that while we're doing these tasks, we not wear our usual clothes because they're kind of distinct. Just a little bit.
Oh, I agree.
DM, are there extra clothes in our rooms, or is it just the clothes that we came with, the fancy ones and our traveling ones?
You just have the clothes that you're wearing and whatever's in your pack. If you want different clothes, you absolutely have to purchase them.
My hat does stick out just a little.
Yes.
Besides my robes, do I have common clothing?
If it's in your inventory, that's what you have.
Sorry, I was checking something.
No problem. That's just general rule of thumb. If it's not in your inventory, you don't have it.
I'm tired of playing dress up, but if we need, do we have any
Actually-
ideas in terms of disguises or?
Actually, Squall, you could be good at intimidating. I mean, you got that fancy helmet. If it just starts smoking and you keep more layers of armor on,
It's totally intimidating.
yeah,
Sure.
you could
Also,
definitely.
very, very, like, people can recognize it.
Yeah, well, we're already recognizable. I mean, we can wear common clothing if we want, and I understand where you're coming from. But if you want to wear common clothes, that's fine. But I don't know.
I mean, it's not a bad idea to have an extra set of clothing regardless. So why don't we just go and get some common clothing, and then go from there?
Are we disguising ourselves, or are we just looking for sporty wear? I'm confused.
Well, not exactly disguising ourselves, but changing our clothing to bring less attention.
Our objective should be to blend in. We don't want to stand out in the crowd. We don't want to look like other people. My common clothes should be sufficient for the tasks at hand. But I think if everybody else is standing out and looking distinct, then we should blend in with what the people are wearing.
Well, since Galen has the theater makeup, why doesn't Leah take the hat of disguise, since she's very distinctly, cat person? No offense, Leah.
You also
No.
have gray skin.
And then Galen, can I borrow some of that stage makeup because I can cover up my tattoos.
Wait, out of game. You have tattoos?
She has face tattoos.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know that.
No matter how hard we try, if we're moving together in a large group, we're going to stand out. Mind you,
Goats.
remember,
That's-
there's a whole reason why I decided to, cover myself up with a mask in the first place.
The only thing I can say to that is, one, it has to be done with all of us together. Two,
Yeah.
the only thing I can think of is possibly to come from different directions.
Yes, we don't have to be physically in the group together in a ball.
Yeah, we can have
We
different
sh-
people.
Yeah, we can
Do
work
different
together in
tasks.
different ways. Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go wash the blue out of my hair.
I just got the worst. I just pictured the worst of you all just tying yourselves together and moving as one large group everywhere you went. That I can just get. I'm trying to shake that image from my head, but it is so funny.
We do have to work together, but yeah, we don't have to be on top of each other.
And why, if we get new clothing, let's just get something simple. Black. I mean, the Myriad wears black.
Black stands out. Plain peasant clothes would be best.
Okay.
Yeah, browns and greens,
Squall, you could still borrow
muddy
that
green.
hood.
Sorry, you wouldn't happen to have anything to disguise yourself, would you?
I do not. The robes I have on can clean themselves, so I had no need of other clothing.
I wasn't talking about clothes. Not that you're not beautiful. You do have lovely scales.
No,
But-
I don't have anything.
But they
There are
tend to
other
glint.
Yeah, there are other dragonborn in the city. The most I could do would be to maybe look a little less like a wizard and maybe more like a worker, so throw some dirt on my face.
What a shame.
Squall?
If it wasn't already clear, since we've already been walking around in public spaces, I have to be fully covered. There's not much more I can do to be, because if any part of me is uncovered, I am standing out. So that's why I am a walking intimidation. You know, like that's and there's that's it. I look like hired muscle, and I'm supposed to be undescript. I can't. I don't think I'm gonna get any better than that.
I mean, when you had that makeup on, you looked pretty good.
You could just wear a cloak and have your hood over your face, like a lot of these myriad people have done.
I am wearing a cloak along with my helmet to be again completely and utterly covered. But again, menacing is also a description, and again we're, you know, you can try as you will, but I don't know that, you know, I there's a such thing as trying too hard in my opinion here. We are on task to muscle, right? Kind of out of whim here. I'm not looking to go shopping for more clothes, if to be clear.
Actually, let me ask Leo if he's got some clothing that we can borrow.
He might have an idea of where to get it if he doesn't as well.
Just go down to a merchant's shop at the far end of the city.
Why don't
It's
we just
not
go
that
to
hard.
the Emporium?
Just go there.
Yeah. I just figured maybe Leo had something we could borrow. But anyway, let's just go.
Leo
Alright,
is
where are we
Leo
going?
is very quietly sitting there eating, just listening to all of you. Like, and you're talking like he's not even there, and you can see he's getting a little annoyed, but
I
he's
didn't
just
even
not saying
realize.
anything. Yeah.
Leo, I'm so sorry. Best place to buy cheap clothing to blend in.
Wow, you guys really overthinking this shit. You know what? I got an idea. And when you get back, you can put this in your book there.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Oh,
All right.
how's the quill summoning coming?
Shut up. So,
I'm sorry.
here's my idea. What do you all want to look like?
I guess
Human.
working class?
No, I could do you want to look like a human, a dragonborn, you know, tabaxi? Like, what do you want to look like?
I think human would be best, no?
All right, and you're like workers and stuff? Like you do like, you know, pushing around the
Regular
carts?
human workers.
Yeah,
I'm perfectly
just-
fine the way I am.
just nondescript
You got
town
it.
people.
All right. And he begins to kind of cast a spell. And as he begins to cast a spell, you watch as just arcane energy is just leaving his fingers and his eyes flash. And as they flash, you look down at yourselves and you're all the same height, but you all look human. You look like human versions of yourselves.
Oh, this is neat.
And
How long
you're-
does this
you're-
last?
Oh, it's 8 hours. This is deceiving spell. It lasts for 8 hours. But here's the thing. And he goes up to you, Sora, and he literally just sticks his hand through the illusion that is surrounding you. And you just watch him as he just kind of puts his hand in and out, in and out. So it's an illusion. If anybody tries to grab you, they're gonna feel the real you. So, you know, just try not to touch people. But this is gonna last 8 hours. After 8 hours, you're all fucked. So,
All right, thank you so much for the help.
This is
Are
very
we
helpful.
ready?
yeah.
So this is essentially my hat of disguise, but as a spell?
No, this is better, and don't compare me to a fucking hat.
I
What
wasn't
he meant to
comparing
say
you.
was thank you.
Yeah, I knew that's what he meant. Watch yourself there, bowel boy.
Thank you, Leo.
You're welcome.
So So are we gonna go shake down some this halfling or what at the bookstore?
I guess, yeah. And then we'll go and see the guard at the front gate.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, then we'll go see the guard at the front gate.
What guard? We're going to see the guard?
Let's just go to this first task first.
Mm,
So who are you going out to see?
Wildo T. Whistle.
Watch your mouth.
In the West Outerstead, he owes 1,000 gold pieces, and he owns a bar called the Private Snail.
Gotcha.
What
Okay.
about the bookstore guy?
Fogrin Stouthand, the dwarf.
That's the one. Okay. I thought he was a halfling.
No, the halfling is Wildo.
Okay, I got them mixed up.
Okay. So now in your human disguises, but still the same height. You look a little. Your skin is a little dirty. Your clothes are very plain looking. But you actually still look like yourselves, just if you were human. You make your way out from the tower. You get a number of odd looks as you make your way out of the Tri-Spires. And the guards, as you leave the Tri-Spires, are like, I don't know, you got in there, just get going, don't come back, move. And you just kind of get shooed away. But you begin making your way toward the Private Snail. I need someone, whoever's helming this trek to this place, to make an investigation check for me, please. All right, Jarina.
That's a 20, not natural.
Okay. Fairly quickly, you are able to ask around, and you are directed to this bar, which is an absolute dive bar, hole-in-the-wall dive bar. There are a number of individuals already begun day drinking, that are just kind of hanging out in the front and seem very, very blasted and inebriated already as early as it is. You actually all, as you make your way to this bar, you do actually have to step over a few unconscious bodies to actually walk through the front door. Rowan?
Are there any Crown's Guard in near or around this area?
Make a perception check for me, please. Rowan?
18.
18. You look around and you recall the last Crown's Guard you saw was probably maybe like 2 or 3 blocks away. You don't see any currently in the immediate area. Jarina, you wanted to say something?
2 things. One, what time of day is it?
It is like maybe 10 or 11 in the morning.
Okay. I want to whisper to the group, maybe we should have only 1 or 2 people talk to this Wildall, while the rest of us get drinks and stay in the main area.
that's a great
Yep.
idea.
I'm not going to get drinks. I'm going to keep an eye on the exit. There might be another exit. Galen, do you want to see if there's a back door so he doesn't sneak out on us?
That's what I was going to suggest. We do some recon, see if there are men in the back, if there are exits, if there's anything shady going on that we should be aware of so we don't get jumped.
And we're not entering the bar as we're talking about this. We're standing outside the bar,
Okay.
quietly discussing this.
Okay, so this is before you actually get to the bar. That's no problem.
Also, while they scope around the area on the outside, Rowan, if you want to stay at a table by the door, that could be a great, and then all of us can spread out and just hang out at different tables and pretend to drink.
Yep.
Pretend.
I mean, I'll probably drink a little bit, but you know.
Phoebe, you want to sit with me?
All right.
All right. So who's basically going around to see if there's anything going on in the back of the building? Who's doing that? So that's Leah. Anyone else? Anyone going with Leah?
I am.
Okay,
I'm
Galen.
raising
So,
my hand.
all right, so Leah and Galen. All right. And then the rest of you are going to actually go in through the front and I guess take your places.
Who's going to talk to him?
I think that maybe Squall should because he's the most intimidating.
Squall, do you agree?
Do I still have my helmet, even though I'm a human?
You have your gear with you. You currently can't see your weapons under the illusion. Think of it almost like there's like a layer of illusion over you where your normal gear and your armor are still there. But the only thing that can be seen is the illusion at this moment. So if you were to actually pull a sword, it would look like you're pulling it from your hip, and it's just kind of emerging from your hip. Nobody can see any of your weapons, any of your armor. You have your helmet in your pack. You could attempt to try and put it on if you'd like, but it wasn't on when the illusion was cast, so bear that in mind.
I just think that you can verbally be more intimidating. I'm not very intimidating.
No, people look at me and laugh, and I don't know why.
I might be more intimidating, but diplomacy is also not necessarily my strength. Why don't you step forward and I'll assist you by being the looming presence behind you.
Who are you talking to?
You.
I like getting a drink by the door.
All right. I'm going to lag behind. I'm not going to join in the bar at the same time as everybody. So...
Okay. All right, Leah and Galen, I need you both to make perception checks for me as you are kind of making your way around. Unless you are actually like physically getting up into the back of the building. If you do that, you can make an investigation check instead of a perception check.
I'd like to send Lucy to do some of the investigation where I can see through her eyes. So if Galen, you can keep me safe while I go into that little trance state.
Okay. So
Okay.
I guess I will do a perception check. I
Okay.
was hoping to aid her because I have disadvantage, but okay. I will do this.
Okay. So Galen, make a perception check at disadvantage. Leah, you are able to get Lucy to come out. Lucy is already invisible, kind of anticipating what you need from her. She's still in mouse form. And if you need her to view things, when you go into your trance, you'll just need to roll an investigation check with Lucy's intelligence modifier rather than yours, because you'll be looking through her eyes.
So for Lucy, she doesn't have modifiers like I do. It's
Well, just look at her. Just look at her intelligence,
Yeah.
and see if she has any pluses or minuses. And that's what
she
you
has
would.
She has a -2. I rolled a 19, so she has a 17.
So that's okay. So yeah. So it'd be a 17. Galen, what'd you get on your perception check?
24.
That's at disadvantage.
I rolled 2 18s.
Okay. Awesome. All right. So you both begin making your way towards the back of the building, and there are a number of alleyways. So you're able to kind of like, maneuver within these alleyways, and you really don't really have to hide. You actually, in the current disguises that you are in, you kind of blend in pretty well with the folks in this area. and no one really kind of takes a second look at you, especially given how blasted and inebriated most of them seem to be. Galen, with your perception check, they seem to be more than drunk, but you can't quite put a finger on it. They are definitely there's something a little off to how wasted all of these folks are.
Are they also high? Can I do like an insight?
The perception check that you'd have to get up close and personal with at least one of them to make any other kind of check to make that kind of determination.
I'll wait for Leah to be done before I'll do that.
Okay.
She's kind of defenseless without me at this point.
Yeah, and at this point, you're kind of like both in this kind of doorway that kind of faces the back of the building. And you look around and it seems to be fairly clear. Leah, you go into your trance, and you begin to see through Lucy's eyes, and Lucy begins to make her way towards the back of this building. And she sees a few things. There's no one immediately in the back of this area. There were two individuals on the left side of the building, one on the right, kind of either leaning or literally on the ground sitting, leaning against the building. But in the back here, there's nobody. There doesn't seem to be like a back door, but there are two windows. Both fairly small, but they seem to be closed at this point and shuttered. And as she continues to kind of like make her investigation around, there is a hole that seems to be big enough for for her to go through if you wanted her to. But outside of that, you don't see like a back door or side door or anything like that. There's just these two windows on the side.
Okay. Is she able to get through the window then to see a little bit more?
The window is very high up for her because she's in her mouse form, in her rat form. But there's at the ground level, there is a hole that she could actually probably squeeze through to get inside the building if you wanted her to.
Yeah.
Okay. So as she squeezes through, I need you to make a perception check for me, please. And that's using Lucy's modifier as well. Perception would be a wisdom modifier.
Okay, I rolled an 18. Let me check her stat. Plus 0, so just 18.
So 18, okay. So you in Lucy's form, and again, this is very, very odd for you because you're kind of seeing through her eyes, hearing through her ears, perceiving things as if you were her. And you begin, as she makes her way through this hole, you begin to smell this rancid, acrid kind of smell, some smell of feces, and you begin to realize, oh, this is where probably other rats and mice come through in and out, and it smells like there's a lot of them probably in this building as she kind of makes her way through. And as she makes her way through, it is completely dark in this room. I don't believe Lucy has dark vision.
Let me check.
If she does, she will be able to see some things, but if not, I will double check as well. No, she does. She does have dark vision. Okay. She actually has pretty decent dark vision.
Dark vision. I see it.
So based on the height and where she is, she can see what seems to be like crates and boxes. And then there seems to be a door, and it's not very, it looks almost like a closet, the size of a closet, not very big. but there's maybe, again, you're unsure because of her size, but it seems that maybe this room is just filled with a number of crates, some boxes. She moves over to one side. She also sees a mop and a broom and a bucket. So the sense of this being a closet is then reinforced. But then there is another door that seems to be closed, moving further into the building.
Is there a way for her to get through it?
There doesn't seem to be. Make a. This is going to be another investigation check with a higher DC.
$11. Is it my stats or hers?
Hers.
Yeah, just 11.
11. She doesn't. It doesn't say. She tries to squeeze under the door, but there's barely any room. Even with her malleable bones in this form, it doesn't allow her to squeeze through, and she there's no way for her to get past this door.
Well, she could change shape to her closet form and open the door, right?
Is that what you want her to do?
Is it safe in there? I mean, she's in a closet, right? Do we hear any noises on the other side of the door?
It sounds like glasses clinking. You can smell stale beer and ale. There are a few voices, but you can't make them out.
So does it sound like that's the bar itself?
It's possible.
Okay. I'm just going to call her back then.
Okay. She makes her way back. As she gets closer, you come out of your trance, and you are now able to interact once again with the world around you. And Galen, you watch as Leah's eyes go from a very cloudy white back to her normal feline eyes.
That is just creepy. The way it looks from this end, Leah. Not you. You're not creepy. It's just the eyes change. Anyway, did you find anything interesting?
There's not much back there. We got into a storeroom. There's no back door. There's a couple of drunks in the alleyway, but I wouldn't put it past them to be, something more. So just to keep an eye out. There's two windows. They're shuttered shut. But I think we can go in and back up our friends now.
There's one more thing. While I was out here, look at the people. Like, I get they're drunk, but I've been wasted before, and you've seen me wasted. Something's off. There's something a little different about how they're acting.
You think we should stay out here and be the backup outside in case anything goes flat?
I think you should tell everyone not to drink first and to investigate the drinks first before, because I know they said buy something to drink, make it seem like we're customers. Maybe don't tell them not to buy. Well, buy it, yes, but to check it, see if it's not poisoned or anything. I'm just gonna have a piss with this guy. Is there a guy peeing on the?
What is it? What is it with you and bodily fluids, man?
I'm just gonna be drunk and see how he acts, so that I can do.
No, nobody. I'll put it to you this way: if anyone is peeing, they're not doing it regularly. They're basically pissing themselves if they are even pissing, because they're just leaning up against the wall or sitting down on the ground leaning against the wall, just kind of every now and then, just kind of looking around and kind of moving around. But you have to get closer to them to kind of make any kind of determination.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not body fluid shaming, but it's a lot. It's a lot.
I know.
I'm just saying, it's a lot.
I know.
And I don't want to drive that from you. If that's your thing, that's cool. I just need to know, right? It's all right. It's all good, right? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Um. So, all right. So, do you want to get closer to kind of check on these guys?
Yeah, you know what? Sure. I'll go closer and see if they notice me coming.
Well,
towards
there's
them.
2 guys on the left side, and there's 1 guy on the right side.
I'll go with the one guy.
Okay. All right. So you go to 1 guy, and
Actually,
the 1 guy is the one. Okay.
Before I do that, does one look worse than the other? Like, is there like some sort of
Again,
distinction?
to determine, you'd have to like get closer. But the 2 guys on the left are standing barely, like leaning their backs up against the wall. The guy on the right, the single guy, he is sitting and leaning up against the wall.
All right, I'll go to the guy leaning, to the one guy on the wall.
Okay. So you kind of make your way to him, and he's just kind of like looking up at the sky. And as you get closer, he just kind of like looks at you. His head kind of is like a weird jerky motion, and he's just kind of looking at you. Got a big smile on his face, and then he just kind of turns his head from you and just looks back up to the sky. Make a medicine check for me.
$22.
22. Okay. He kind of turns to you and he's like, What's going on?
Hey man, how you doing?
I'm so good. How are you?
I wish I were you. How do I get to where you're at, man?
That's the question. Yeah. And he just like looks back up at the sky, does not answer you. And with this short interaction with that roll, that medicine check, his eyes are completely dilated. They are just like as if he went to the eye doctor and the doctor just dilated his eyes. Like they're just all wide and black. Like it's just crazy. He also is not blinking. It's a little disconcerting. And while he's hearing you, his actual body language doesn't seem to be actually registering that you are there. So he's definitely responding to your questions and the things you are saying, but it doesn't actually seem like he actually knows that you're there. He is high.
Wild Mount Angel Dust.
Was I able to discern any information as to what sort of drink he had?
No, like you can see like on his clothes, like there are many stains on his clothes. Some of them can be from drink, some of them from vomit and other bodily fluids. I threw that in there for you. But definitely like it's hard to determine without like literally like grabbing him and like really inspecting his clothes. You know, but he just seems like he's been in this position for a while, like for the last couple of hours maybe.
Can I just push him like can I just not like actually like shove him away? I just want to like poke his face and see if he just completely falls over.
Sure. You go to poke his face, and as you poke his face, you pull your finger back, and he's real, like he's there. And as you push, the first thing that happens is he jerks his head in the direction of where your hand was, and he goes, "Wow, this like that's like intrusive, like consent, right? You know, consent, like ask. And then he continues to kind of like move ever so slightly, sliding against the wall, and does slide and actually fall onto the ground, but he's still talking. And he's like, no, because that's just not, it's not right. Just touching people and touching and touching and touching and just not asking. It's just wrong. It's just like all wrong. You know, buy me a drink first. That's all I'm asking. It's not, no.
What
And he
type
just,
of drink you want?
and he just kind of fades off. You ask what kind of drink he wants. Just, just the drink. And he's just now, like, his face is like smushed against the ground, and he's just still talking, but he's more mumbling to himself. And you're getting the impression that, like, whatever gas he had in the tank, like he's running on fumes right at this point. So he's just kind of like mumbling into the dirt at this point, not really paying much attention to what you're saying anymore.
How are the other two guys behind me? I'm assuming
they're on the other side of the building.
They were on the other side. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I go to Leah and I say, "Yeah, just tell the party not to buy any drinks. The two of us can stay out. Just say that to the group and just stay with me outside, and we'll make sure nobody goes in or goes out."
Okay.
Were they gonna buy drinks?
Well, yeah, to blend in, but like inspect it or something. I don't know. Just warn them about the drinks. There might be something bad in them, or something that's making this guy high as fuck.
So, as the rest of you begin to make your way into the bar, stepping over two patrons who are just kind of collapsed in various positions on both the outside and inside of the doorway. You take your various positions within the bar, and it's a small bar. It's like 20 by 30. It's actually a little similar to the size of the Evening Nip when you first walked in there. But rather than having that kind of like old New England pubs, that new old England pub style, this is very much, someone cobbled together some tables out of wood, some boxes, and made them into chairs. There is a chandelier that looks like probably the most expensive thing in this place, and it's got candles in it that are lit. There are a lot of people in the bar. The people you expected to see a lot of people, because you saw these people kind of milling around outside, but within the bar there's two people, and one of them is passed out in the doorway. The other is sitting all the way on the other side of the bar with a drink, snoring heavily, like he's holding a drink in his chest, just snoring very heavily. And behind the bar is a halfling male, huge mutton chops that just kind of come down all the way down to his chin, wild frizzy hair, and he's got an apron on. He's cleaning the glass as you walk in. And goes, "Oh, hello there. Yeah, welcome to the private snail. Good morning, and what can I get you?" And that is where we're gonna go on our break. While you visit, we will be back in a few, while you are visiting the first of the people on your list that the gentleman gave you. And now that we've seen some colorful things so far, I wonder what's going to happen on the inside of this place.
I think we're all gonna die.
That's thinking positive. So we'll see you all back here in a few.
Okay.
do you sound like Leo?
Shut up. And we're back. That's right. I said shut up. All right. Hello, everyone. So, all of you minus Leah and Galen have made your way into this dive bar known as the Private Stale. And you can see behind the bar, once again with some wild black hair, very thick, heavy mutton chops coming down all the way down to his chin. This halfling wearing an apron, cleaning a glass, looks up at all of you. Hello, welcome to the bar. How can I help you?
Hi there. Yeah, I've had a long night. I need something to take the edge off.
All right, what can I get for you? What kind of drink are you up to?
Any old ale is fine.
All right, no problem. And takes the glass that he's cleaning, pulls out a bottle, uncorks it, pours you some ale. Says, all right, that'd be 5 copper pieces.
I give it to him.
There you are. All right, sit anywhere you'd like.
I take a seat by the door.
I lead Phoebe to a seat in a corner.
He comes out from behind the bar. He comes over to you, Sarah and Phoebe. Says, all right, we really don't have table service here, but I guess, would you like something to drink?
Sure. Just an ale, please.
All right,
Ale is
how about
fine.
you? 2 ales, all right.
Hand him 10 copper pieces.
All right. Pours you drinks. Passes them to you. It's like, all right. That goes over to you, Ron. How about you, dear? What would you like?
Nothing for me, thanks. I'm just waiting for somebody.
Really?
Yep.
No, pretty much everybody who comes and hangs out around here. Who are you waiting for?
My friend Bob.
Bob. Make a deception check for me, Rowan.
Five.
He kind of looks you up and down and says, I don't know any Bob, but yeah, you can buy a drink and stay here, or you can get out. Because, yeah, we want to make room for all the rest of the customers.
Sure. I look down at all the rest of the customers.
Yep. He's just staring at you. So what can I get for you?
I'll just have an ale, please.
All right, 5 copper.
I gave it to him.
All right. Pours out an ale, brings it to you, says, all right, enjoy while you're waiting for Bob. And he goes over to you, Squall. Says, what can I get for you, big man?
Ale is fine.
All right, 5 copper.
I hand him 10.
All right. Yeah, there you go. Says, good on you. You know how to treat your service. Excellent. Turns around, gets you your ale, goes back behind the bar, continues to clean. Every now and then, just kind of like looking at you a little oddly.
DM, I would like to smell my drink for anything other than ale.
Make a medicine check, please.
That is a 7.
7. Smells like ale to you.
I have no intention of drinking it. If anything, I intend to fake drink it. Just tip the mug to my lips, but not drink anything. Not put even liquid to my lips.
Make a sleight of hand check for me, Squall.
Okay. I'm gonna use that inspiration that I have. 11.
All right. Yeah, you drink, and you actually keep your lips pursed and closed. And unfortunately, it just begins to dribble down your chin a little bit. But because of the illusion, none of you actually see the liquid actually going down his chin. It looks like you're actually drinking it. But you are getting you're getting this ale just kind of like pouring down your chin down into your shirt and in your armor. But it's not visible.
Okay.
The whole time the bartender is just kind of like still cleaning glasses, and it's just like looking at all of you very, very oddly. So, you're all drinking, or some of you are drinking. Who's not drinking? Sarah and Rowan and Phoebe are not drinking.
I'm not drinking.
And
either.
Jarina, you're not drinking either. Okay. About 2-3 minutes go by, and then this halfling just kind of like gets up on the bar, and he's like, "All right, look, you all paid for your bit. You all pay for ale, and he's the only one that's drinking it. The fuck is your deal? Either drink or get the fuck out."
I'd take a sip.
I fake taking a sip.
Make a
I
sleight of
let
hand.
it kind of.
Make a sleight of hand check for me, Sora.
I'm gonna make a sleight of hand check as well because I'm gonna try to do the same.
Okay.
20, not net.
Okay.
I'm gonna do the same.
All right, Jarina.
15.
15. Phoebe.
Yeah. Sleight of hand?
Yep.
Why is that so high? Jesus. 23.
23.
Fantasy math.
And Rowan, you said you took a sip? Okay. So Jarina, Sora, and Phoebe, you are able to fake, drinking your ale without any problems. You don't spill it at all. But it looks like you're actually drinking. Rowan, you take a sip. It's ale. It's, there's nothing special about it. It's ale. And he kind of looks at all of you, kind of nods, satisfied. He's like, "All right, good. It's like you've never been in a bar before. You come into a bar, you order a drink, and you drink it. So you should get to drinking and drink it and finish and get out. Or you could possibly order another drink. I'm just saying, in case you've actually never been in a bar before. I'm here to help. I'm your friendly neighborhood barkeep. So that's how you act in a bar. Just in case you needed to know. All right."
Sorry, sir. Like I said, it's been a long night.
Well, yeah, and it's gonna be a long morning if you just keep nursing your drinks. So keep up the drinking.
Yes, sir.
And he just hops down off of the bar. He seems to be satisfied with himself and just continues to go about his business behind the bar. Galen and Leah, what are you doing outside while Team Not Drink is going on?
They're not drinking. They're definitely not drinking. I mean,
You don't know. You and Galen are outside. You saw them go. You know that they were planning to go in. But you have no idea whether they're drinking or not. They're all inside at this point.
So, what should we tell them? That the drinks are bugged or if it's just a specific type to not buy. Because I don't know if this is just the normal drinks. This
There's
could
nothing
be-
normal about this. These people are really messed up.
Yeah, but
I don't know. They're supposed to be shaking down the halfling. We're supposed to be providing backup. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah, so at a game, who's supposed to talk to this guy?
Jarina.
At a game, I want Jarina to be the one to initially talk to him. And then I'll back her up.
You'll be the looming presence.
Remember, you guys are assuming I'm the looming presence. I'm only a 5'6" human.
You know, if I ever wound up in jail, I really would want you guys to plan my jailbreak, because I know that I would just serve my time without any issue, and I would never be broken out. So,
Galen's outside, right?
yeah, Galen and Leah are outside.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see if they're actually drinking this stuff. And then I guess we really gotta plan this out.
I'm gonna walk over to another table and find a gentleman who's looking very inebriated.
That would probably be the guy who's sleeping holding his mug.
Someone a little less inebriated. Someone awake.
All right. Your only other option is the passed out guy.
Okay.
And the doorway. So you got passed out guy, and then you have snoring guy. Snoring guy seems
snoring guy.
Yeah, snoring guy seems to be more awake than passed out guy.
Uh-huh. Okay, so then there's nobody else. Okay.
And then the rest of you. Like, that's it.
And that's it. So we're the most active group.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay. Great. So all right. Yeah. So then, Jarina, I think it's best we.
Are you saying this like loudly out loud?
No, not loudly. I'm telling you to. Okay, I think here's the plan. You know, approach him and let him know the deal. We outnumber him. He knows we're together. Okay, and you know,
He doesn't know that we're together.
Are we not? We are. Okay.
We didn't enter at the same time.
Sure. Okay. So great. So then, well, we're okay.
I get up and walk away from Squall.
Okay.
And I take my mug, and as I'm walking, I just want to observe my surroundings. You said that there was the guy sleeping, well, passed out, and then another guy snoring. But how many doors are there around?
There is the door you came in from, and then there seems to be a door behind the bar. You're guessing it's probably like a storage closet or something like that. But that's it. There's no windows or anything else.
Okay. I know I never specified, but I left Maya at the tower.
I figured.
Correct.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't, because she stands out. All right, so I want to go up to the bar with my mug, and I want to say, hey, barkeep, what's your name?
Oh, hey. And as he turns around, he seems to be actually has a bottle in his hand. He's drinking, and you just like kind of caught him. Like, oh yeah, sorry. This is my place. I'm Whittle Tea Whistle at your service.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Quick aside. I'm sorry. I'm watching the guys who are passed out just to be on the safe side.
Make a perception check for me. Jarina,
Nat
continue.
20.
For a total of?
Nat 20.
Okay. Jarina, you can continue.
Okay, do you happen, may I have another ale, please?
Yeah, sure. 5 copper.
And I give him another 5 copper.
Yeah, he pours you, pours the bottle he was drinking out of, he just goes right over and just pours it into your cup.
Okay. Alright. Well, what else is there to do around this area?
You're doing it! I mean, like, what are you looking for? Because this is probably like the big thing around here. Most people, after either a hard day's labor, or if they work in the late shift, either in the Umber dungeons or wherever else they work in the evening. Some of the warehouse places are open very, very late, and they have shifts in the evenings. They come here, and he kind of motions to the passed out guy in the corner and the passed out guy in the doorway. He's like, and that happens. So this is pretty much what there is to do around here. Amongst other things.
How do you keep, other than because it doesn't seem very.
He's moving really erratically right now. He's like, mm-hmm.
Are you okay?
Oh, perfect.
All right. Well, so I hear you do a lot of business outside of the bar.
Who told you that?
Just a gentleman.
What gentleman might that be?
The gentleman who lends some things out and then collects.
You see finally recognition in his eyes, and he just goes wide.
There's no use denying it, sir. I already know. And I'm here to collect.
One second. And very, very, very slowly, he gets up on the bar and stands on the bar. And he leans down and he grabs 2 mugs. And he takes one mug and he throws it at the guy who's snoring and sleeping and nails him in the head. And the guy immediately just you're fucking useless. Get out right now.
I cast Entangle on the halfling at the bar. Dorita, jump back.
I yell out, stop!
Okay, it's too late. Yeah, she casts Entangle. What's your DC, Rowan?
Rowan, you're gonna kill us all!
I'm not killing anyone, I'm just entangling.
For the record, I'm not responding to the action. I'm pretending to still be unincluded.
What's your DC? Your spell DC, Rowan?
I think it's 12, but I have to look.
Okay. Your Entangle spell will take up the entire half of this bar. Because it is a small bar. So that'll mean Jarina and Squall. I need you both to make strength saving throws. DC 12.
Well, DM,
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
Jarina yelled stop.
Mm-hmm.
I can stop. Can I stop casting in the middle of casting?
All right. So you said I cast Entangle, which means it takes an action to do it. So
Okay.
Says 6 seconds. So she saw you cast it. It begins to happen. It's already done, and then Jarina goes stop, like that, because it's very quick.
Okay. But it's a concentration spell, so if I take away my concentration, will it stop?
Yeah, it begins and stops.
Okay. So I decide. She says, yeah. She yells, "Stop!" I stop.
Okay.
Okay.
All
I
right.
mean this,
Sure.
but he's gonna start causing problems.
But you did use a spell slot though for it. So
Yeah. That's fine.
okay. And as the vines begin to entangle around, it goes, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? And then they go away, and he's just like, oh, right, the fuck was that?
Well, sir, just a demonstration that you shouldn't fuck with us.
No, I wasn't trying to fuck with you. I want him to get the fuck out because he's fucking useless. That's my bouncer.
Is that what my perception check showed?
No, what your perception check showed was that they were absolutely passed out drunk. Well, at least that guy was. The guy by the door is still just kind of not moving at all. And he was already beamed in the head with one of these heavy mugs. And he's just like, fine, whatever. And he begins to walk out just as the entangle spell begins to dissipate. And he doesn't seem to actually like even register that's happening. And he just kind of wobbles out, stepping over the guy in the doorway, and just leaves. And he goes, wasn't trying anything funny. I was just trying to get him out because I was pissed. He's fucking useless. You're not gonna have any trouble with me, I promise. And then he slowly jumps off the bar, and it's just kind of like hands up, and he's like, so we could talk like calm like, right? And kind of take it from there, yeah?
Yeah. I don't say names, but I point to Rowan, who's closest to the door. Lock the door, make sure nobody comes in.
And as
Rowan pushes the guy out of the way that's blocking the door, closes it, and locks it.
Well, yeah, he's the Wildo's like, and you actually see what he's about to say. You do push, you kind of roll the guy out of the door, and then you're looking, there is no door in the doorway. It is just an open portal. Like, there is no actual door.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, there's no... I mean, if you want to
stand here.
Sure, yeah. If you want to put the door back up, that's fine. I've got it in the back. It needs to be repaired.
How do you make money in this dump?
As you ask that question, he gets really jittery. I'll sell drinks.
Yeah, drinks. Okay.
It's
none of my business. It's none of my business. I'm not judging.
Let
Go
me
ahead,
do the
Jareen.
talking, guys. Well, sir, it seems as though you owe a specific gentleman a lot of gold.
Yeah. I got that part, yeah.
Okay, we need it now.
Stop saying his name, please. Just please.
I will say it until you give me what you owe.
I know who I owe it to.
Where's the gold?
Well, look, yeah, you seem like a reasonable young lady. Maybe we can come to some sort of arrangement. Yeah?
I kind of cross my arms and buff my shoulders up to try to look more intimidating.
Make an intimidation check for me.
Use a group insp.
I'm gonna use an inspiration.
Why?
Yeah,
what did you get? I'm curious. What did you get?
That was so much better. I originally got a 5.
Okay.
But now I have an 18.
All right, so you kind of like buff up your shoulders, and he's just like, I don't mean an offense. What is it? You do look fairly reasonable. Who did we lose? There we go. Okay. You do look fairly reasonable. Because look. I got a good thing going here. I like to see it continue. But look, how about this? How about I'll give you 500 gold right now, and a little extra something that is worth twice that.
I'm sorry, sir, but you know how he does not take any nonsense, and it's either I come back with the full amount, or you can kiss this goodbye.
Kiss what goodbye? The bar? Oh.
I'm sorry, but I have a job to do as well.
And he's kind of like thinking about it. Make another intimidation check for me, but at disadvantage because you said I'm sorry.
12.
12. Curious. He seems to be kind of thinking it over. And he's like, oh, all right, look, just, I'll give you the money. Then we're squaresies, right? It's like, no problems.
As long as it's the full 1,000, we have no problems. And you
can
can continue doing what you're doing.
I can continue doing the other stuff too.
Yes.
We don't want to speak for our employer, do we, Jurina?
We were just told to pick up the money, or else.
Oh, all right. Just give me a minute. I got it in the back.
I'll escort you.
Yeah, no funny business.
Make a persuasion check.
I don't know why. I'm trying to sound like a 1940s gangster, but
Yeah.
Rowan, do us a favor, stop trying.
Make a persuasion check.
Thanks, lady who hasn't spoken one word. What kind of check is it?
Got a handle.
Persuasion.
Persuasion. Oh, she said, "I'm sorry."
Yeah. Yeah.
Was that me do persuasion?
No, Rowan. Because Rowan seems to be reasonable to this
13. 13.
All right. Sure. And he seems like a little like more crestfallen. He's like, all right, just follow me. And he just turns around and just walks maybe 2 or 3 steps to this back door. And he opens the door, and inside you can see that there's a mop, there's a bucket, there's a broom, there's a couple of crates off to the side as well. And there are 2 windows that are currently shuttered and closed. And he begins to kind of like look at one of the crates, picks up a pry bar and begins to open it up. And as he does, he pops it open, and it pops open fairly easy. Like he's not struggling with it. It's just like, he pops it open, digs in there, and over the course of the next 3 minutes, he's very quickly counting out a bunch of platinum. And until he has 100 platinum in a bag, and you count it out with him, and he kind of ties it off, and he kind of like shoves it in your hand. He's like, all right, so I hope this is like squaresies, and and I could keep doing my thing here, and Everything will be all great, right?
I'll certainly pass this to him and let him know that you were very cooperative.
Oh, all right. Can you get out now, please? You've got what you came for.
Yes.
All right.
And sir, we were never here.
I don't know any of you anyway, so yeah.
And I leave.
We all get up, I think, or at least I do, and follow Jarena out.
Okay. Galen and Leah, you actually start to see your friends, who you have to remind yourself don't actually look like themselves right now. And
Sure, it looks kind of weird.
And you watch them come out, and you actually kind of meet up with them as they're walking out.
So, business is successful, or are we burning?
I did not like that whatsoever. I got it. Let's go.
Okay. Oh, you did the thing.
We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
And my face is just like blank.
Jarena, he's a drug dealer. It's okay.
I'm sorry I yelled at you guys.
It's okay.
I don't blame you.
All right, let's get out of here.
Do we head straight to the gentleman's hideout?
Negative.
Don't know where it is.
Okay.
When we're done with our tasks is probably when we'll be able to deliver. We should probably go to that bookstore by the Kobold Archive.
You want to do everything in one day?
No, I
No.
think we should go and see that guard.
What?
What guard?
What guard?
The one at the front gate. Danny
The
or
bad guy?
Daniel or
Who?
Oh, he was just a drifter. He wasn't a guard.
the one who knew things.
Yeah, he's not a guard.
Okay, well, whatever he is.
This only lasts 8 hours, so if we could get more than one thing done, I would like to do that.
Yeah, library's good, and then we can talk about.
Who knows? We may come across this guy on our way over
Bookstore, not library.
there. Yes, bookstore.
Bookstore, whatever.
The one we're supposed to burn down if they don't pay up, right?
Shh, shut the
I
fuck
thought it
up.
was a bakery.
No, it's a
Hate this.
bookstore.
Why? Well, I mean,
We're out in public, man. Come on.
yeah.
How about
Don't
we
say that.
just stop
Cautious
talking
when I
and you guys just follow me? I'm gonna start making my way towards the Kobold Archive area.
You're Jarena, right? I'm sorry, we all just sort of look alike now. It's a little weird. Look at this mouse brown
Alright,
hair. It's very
let's stop.
weird.
Can we all stop using names? Because that's how we get identified. Like, you know.
Do you want me to call you Bob?
Oh dear.
Oh God.
Can we just on our way to
Can we
the?
just
Yeah,
follow
sure.
me?
Yeah,
Follow.
let's go.
I'm the only one that feels like their brain is on fire.
Oh no, I'm brain on fire.
You
Leah's
guys
just
didn't drink anything,
hands in
right?
her head in her hands.
I didn't even drink.
Nope, stone cold sober.
I took a few sips, but I'm not drunk.
Are you sure?
Yes, it was very weak ale.
I'm
Alright.
walking away from the group right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going with you.
All right.
Same.
So you
All right,
all.
so who's gonna be?
Go ahead.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
sorry. Who's gonna be talking to the guy? Is it gonna be you again, Jarena, or do you want us and Leah to have a go? Me and Leah to have a go. I'm talking to you, Jarena.
I got that. Leah.
Okay. I didn't.
Leah, I would like for you to be the one to talk to this dwarf.
And since we're not using names, you're Lady L.
Stop.
And
For
you're
the love of-
Sabrina.
For everything that is anything, stop.
And you're all still overcomplicating everything. Can we just move on with this?
Thank you. Someone said it.
I thought we were walking and talking. I'm sorry.
No, you are. You're walking and talking. That's fine. So you begin making your way to the Interstead Sprawl, close to where the Cobalt Archive is. I need somebody to roll me an investigation check to try and find this bookstore.
I'll do it.
Maybe.
Phoebe and Leah can do it. You can roll individually, or one of you can roll with advantage.
Maybe Rowan can follow her nose.
How you are still alive is a shock.
Oh,
17 plus 3 is 20.
Okay. Phoebe?
19.
18. What is it, Jorina?
Out of game, you have a DM inspiration.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So Leah and Phoebe, yeah, you begin asking around, and within a short amount of time, you are able to find this bookstore. And you make your way. It seems to be a 3-story bookstore, which is actually one of the largest buildings here in the Interstead Sprawl. There are a few second-story buildings, but this one is definitely one of the larger ones. And there seems to be a few different businesses around this building, as well as just regular homes. But it is a fairly nice building. Seems well maintained. It has a kind of red brick texture to it, almost like one of those old-fashioned schoolhouses. But the bricks, they're not, symmetrical. They're more like cobblestone bricks, and there are multiple picture windows, and you can see the sign on the outside with 2 hands open with a book in it, and it says "A Likely Story."
Oh, this is lovely.
And I point to Leah, but not naming names. The owner's name is Fogren Stouthand, and he owes $750.
Okay. Do you think you guys could look around the building, make sure that there are no surprises that we'll encounter while we're in there?
I can take a turn to scout around.
Me too.
Oh gods, no.
Remember
I'm scouting, not talking.
Okay. So Phoebe and Rowan, as you are going around this building, kind of taking a look, both of you please make perception checks for me.
Out of game, what's the guy's name again?
Fogren Stouthand. He's a dwarf.
Rowan, what'd you get?
23.
Okay. Phoebe?
20, not at.
Okay. You both begin to kind of look around the side of the building. There's lots of big picture windows all on the first floor. There are less on the second and third floors. But the first floor these picture windows seem to also be a way to bring business in by showing all of the books and all of the bookshelves that are within the first floor of this building. As you make your way to the other side, you can see that there is a second entrance to actually get into the building itself. So you could actually walk in on one side of the building and exit the other, depending on which way you came in. But outside of that, you don't see any Crownsguard. There were some Crownsguard who have just recently walked down the road, seemingly on patrol, but none within the immediate area. And there doesn't seem to be any kind of paid guards or anything like that you can see. But you both can also see that there does seem to be a number of people right now inside the bookstore.
Okay.
The rest of you begin making your way into the bookstore, I'm assuming?
I'm sticking with Leah, so whoever wants to come in with us.
Yeah, I'll come in with you folks.
Sure, I'll go in as well.
I'm just gonna keep my eye on the other, the second entrance.
Okay. Phoebe, what are you doing?
I'll be outside.
Well, I might as well do the same because I don't see anywhere else to go.
Okay.
Do you want to keep an eye on the front entrance in case he tries to run out?
Fine.
I mean, you don't have to. It's just a suggestion.
Just stop talking. I'll go.
Okay.
How
Jer-
many
Jer-
people look like are in this place? So there are people, but like a
Yeah,
lot.
you can see through the windows. There seems to be maybe about 5 or 6 people inside.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thinking.
All right. Jarina, you had something?
How much time has passed roughly since we had the spell put on us?
Make a general intelligence check for me.
16.
16? You figure maybe about 3.5 hours so far.
Got it.
So the rest of you, sans Rowan and Phoebe, make your way inside, and you can see multiple bookshelves, mostly in the middle of the first floor. There is a what seems to be a counter that kind of takes up most of the, as you walk in, the right side of the building. And behind the counter, you do see a very, very fancy dressed dwarf. He has very, very long blonde hair. It seems very silky, which is very odd for a dwarf. Most dwarves that you've seen, they seem very scraggly, even though they're, a lot of them are very well kept. Their beards are very, scraggly and rough. This dwarf, the hair, the beard, everything, very well combed, very flowing locks, both in the hair and beard. It's very odd. There are braids at the ends of the mustache, multiple braids in the hair as well, and he is wearing a green robe, and just seems to be, has these little spectacles at the end of his nose, and seems to be going through some paperwork. And the other people that are in here, they actually seem to be customers that are actually like looking through some bookshelves at the moment, in different locations on the first floor. You can see stairs, circular stairs, actually making their way up to the upper floors. What would you all like to do?
Well, we're gonna go approach the dwarf and see if he is Fogrin Stouthand.
I'm gonna go upstairs.
I'm gonna stay downstairs and stand by the entrance. I'm gonna stay downstairs and stand by the entrance. Yeah.
Okay. Sora, you go upstairs to the second floor. Make a perception check for me, please.
I'm using my inspiration. I got an 8. Ten.
Okay. Yeah, you go upstairs, and this time, instead of the bookshelves being in the middle of the room, The bookshelves seem to be lined along the windows, but in such a way that it still allows light to come in. They're kind of on the sides, facing each other. And at this current moment, you actually don't see anybody up on the second floor, but you can see at the far end of the second floor, there is another set of circular stairs going up to a third floor. Leah, you begin making your way over to the counter. And as you do, the dwarf looks up and goes, "Oh, hello. I'll be with you in 1 moment, please. Just give me a second." And continues to kind of go through some paperwork for a moment.
Leah would like to eye up the paperwork, see if he's doing like his books or whatever.
Make a perception check for me, please.
Okay, I used my new rubber ducky dice. Rolled a 19 plus. $19 plus 8, 27.
Okay. Yeah, he's absolutely doing the books. He is writing currently in a ledger, and although he's writing upside down from your perspective, you can see that the numbers that he's writing in seem to be he seems to be projecting a loss for the week of at least 500 gold pieces.
Okay.
But interesting enough, as he's writing, make an insight check for me.
$17 plus 2, 19.
19. It's weird. What he's writing down, you would think someone would be upset about. But he seems oddly the opposite. Like he seems a little cheery as he's writing it down.
Okay.
He finishes up and looks up at you. And as he looks up at you, like for the first time noticing you, he just kind of looks at you, goes, and kind of sneers a little bit. He goes, yes, so what can I do for you today?
Well, I'm here to collect a debt for the gentleman. Would you like to speak publicly or in private, sir?
As you say this, his eyes go wide. He goes, all right, we're closed for the day, please. Everyone, please leave now. If you have any purchases to be made, just bring them up to the counter. I will hold them for you until tomorrow. We are closed. Emergency. Just get out. Let's go, please. Chop chop. And you can see like the 5 people just look very confused.
And I'll speak outwardly. Family matter.
Make a deception check for me.
Let's try. 17.
17.
Wow, nice.
You see a couple of people go, oh, all right, yeah, okay, sure, yeah. And they start putting like the books back on the shelves and begin to make their way out. And it takes a few minutes, but you know the people begins to leave the actual shop until it is just all of you and this dwarf just saying, all right, you cannot use his name like that out loud. He does not like that. Just don't do that. Okay. We can talk now. Wait, hold on. And he runs over to the doors and he begins locking them and then taking the sign and just turning it to closed on both sides of the doors. Phoebe and Rowan, you immediately see people start leaving and then the doors close and then the dwarf go in locking and putting the closed signs on both sides. So, all right. So, it's the middle of the day. Really? You have to come here and do this? Right now? What do you want?
We're just here to collect the debt that you owe. We can be out of here as soon as you hand us over the money.
And he kind of looks at you and goes, I don't know how, I don't think I owe him money.
I butt in and I say, according to him, you owe 750 gold pieces.
I can't possibly pay that. I've been losing money ever since I opened up the shop, and it's been rough. It's getting off the ground. It takes some time. He has to give me some time. I will absolutely get him his money, but it's just I cannot do it in this particular moment.
I'm sure you can, because there isn't very much time left. We've been given specific instructions, and I'm sure 750 gold would be much easier than making us follow through with the rest of his intentions.
Leah, make an intimidation check for me, please.
Oh, 16 plus 5, 21. I didn't think I had intimidation.
He kind of looks at you and goes, look, maybe there's something we can come to, some kind of arrangement. I mean,
We have an arrangement.
I do have some things that are worth a little more than gold here, that you didn't see me, you couldn't find me, you would be very well off with it.
We just need the gold. We don't need ideas. We just need the gold, but thank you.
Well, I just, I simply don't have it. I don't know what you want me to do. I just don't have the money to give him right now. So, I mean, what do you do now? Like, you break my legs, or you break my fingers? Like, how does this work? I don't know. But I'm willing to take the pain because I don't have the money.
Sir, if we don't get the gold today, you can kiss the shop goodbye.
What does that mean? I don't understand.
I mean, pages are very flammable.
You wouldn't dare.
You know he doesn't forgive.
Or forget.
You destroy my only means of making money. He'll never get his money. I don't think you have the stones.
I start. I look around for good places to can I do not an insight, an investigation in the whole place to see what would be a great place to start a fire if we're forced to?
You are in a bookstore.
Okay.
Filled with books that have paper.
Yeah.
And shelves made of wood.
Okay.
So the whole store is a great place to start a fire.
I would have after everybody left, I would have liked to have made my way up to that negotiation.
Okay.
I'd like to chime in by saying, you said you had some other objects of value. Listen, we don't want to burn your shop down. However, we're not given much of a choice. But if there is something you think that is worth what you owe, that we could potentially pawn off, or you could pawn off before the day is done, then you don't have to worry about your means being burned to the ground. But that's about as much we can do for you.
Make a persuasion check.
12.
12. And he looks at you and says, look, I can give it to you, but there's no way I can make it liquid right now. It's not possible. But I could give it to you and you could figure it out yourself. But no. I know you're not going to burn my store down. It's just that doesn't make any sense. I can't pay him back if I don't have means to actually make money anymore. So I appreciate your well-formed threats, but you're just going to have to either go back and tell him to come back another day when I do have the money, which will probably be in about another week and a half or so, or you're just gonna have to go.
With that, Sora lights a book on fire and lets it drop down to the first floor.
Okay, yeah, so you grab the nearest book. Make a perception check for me. This is a very quick and dirty perception check as you grab this book, this random book off the shelf.
19.
19. All right, so you light the book on fire. And as you're holding it and you begin to drop it, just as it begins to fall down the stairs, the book had a weird weight to it. And something shifted in the book. It was weird. It didn't feel like a book. And as you all see this flaming book just falling down, through the hole in the ceiling where the circular stairs are, it just falls. You watch his eyes go like, and he runs over. And I would probably say, Rowan? No, not Rowan. Galen, you probably see it first. The book hits the ground. It is still on fire, and it is plopped open. And as it plops open, you can see that it is hollow on the inside, and that there is something that has just spilled out of it and is beginning to also burn with the book. And it's making this weird blue smoke. And as it's burning, he's taking his robes and he's like, no, and he's just trying to put it out because he's successful in putting it out, but it's just like his robes are kind of like singed at the bottom now, and he's just kind of looking at it all, and he's purposely at this moment standing over the book to block everyone else's view from it.
I want to push him to the side.
Make a this is going to be an opposed strength check. So just roll a strength check as he's just kind of like, he's planted himself here and you're trying to push him out of the way.
Can I use a group inspiration?
Yes.
Sure.
That's a 17, sir.
You push him, and he's like, ah! And he kind of shoves you back. No, all right, no, fine, it's fine. I'll pay you the money. Stop, please, just stop. I'll give you the money. Just stop, please, stop. Do you stop, or do you try to push him again?
I'm gonna stop and see what he does.
All right. So he waits for a moment to see if anybody does anything. Nobody moves. Nobody does anything. And so he begins to go over to the counter. But he starts doing this weird shuffling where he has tried to basically get the book in between his feet, and he's like trying to move, but also move with the book in between his feet. So you can't actually, like, the book is moving with him. And Jarena, you can see this like strange, like blue crystalline powder. That's kind of like very faintly trailing him as he's like moving with this book. Um,
He's leaking.
This dwarf's making meth.
He gets over to the counter. He reaches down under his robes. You see him shuffling for a little bit, and then he kind of takes the burnt book out, grabs it, puts it behind the counter, pulls out a small coffer, and he begins counting off money into a sack. Who's going to stand there and count with him to make sure he's actually putting the correct amount in?
I'll stand there.
Okay. Make an investigation check for me to see how well.
Can I help her
Sure.
to give her advantage?
Yeah. So Jarina kind of walks over and is helping you out with this.
I rolled a 19. Investigation is +3, so 22.
Okay. Okay. He begins counting it out. He's throwing gold pieces and platinum pieces in at the same time. But when he's done, about 5 minutes later, it seems to be the 750 gold that he owes.
See, that wasn't so hard. Now you can go about the rest of your day.
He gives you a dirty look, and he just kind of pushes the sack over to you.
I want to sneer back at him with that condescending sneer that he sneered at me when I came in.
Yeah, easy enough. Yeah. And he's like, "You have your money. Now be gone
Thank
with
you.
you. Good day.
You have a lovely store.
Get out. Get
And we
out."
leave.
And we leave.
Okay. So you all, Phoebe and Rowan, you actually see the doors begin to open and your friends start to come out.
How'd it go?
Success.
I knew it.
At a game, we had to do this, the guy with the bar, and the orphanage, and that's it, right?
No, there was also the bakery in the
There is a
market.
bakery. Okay.
But we can save those for another day. Because we only have a certain amount of time left on this spell.
That sounds like a good plan.
Galen and Sora, as you are the last ones leaving the building, I need you both to make perception checks for me, please.
I see nothing. I'm holding my nose from the smell and just kind of rushing.
What'd you get, Sora?
I got a 4.
Since I'm technically in the building, do I get normal roll or is it disadvantage because I'm out the building? Like,
No,
where am
you're
I?
still in the building. However, the first floor is covered in windows and sunlight is just pouring in, so it would still be
Okay.
a disadvantage. Yeah.
15.
15. There's still that lingering kind of blue smoke that hasn't kind of dissipated in the air, and it smells really, really odd, and not bad odd, but just like something. There's just something off to it that really bothers you, and it's. You smelled this before in Rothold, but it was a different. There's like a base smell to it that sounds similar, but then there's a sweetness that you're smelling now that what you smelled in Rothold was not sweet. It was more acrid. But there's just like a similarity to it. and you know that this is, if it's similar to what you think it is, it's definitely some kind of narcotic, but you're not entirely sure what kind.
Could I roll an intelligence or medicine to find out?
This would be an Arcana check.
Oh, this is magic. Okay.
So, an Arcana check.
Okay. Uh, 12.
12. You still, it's like on the tip of your tongue, but you can't remember what this stuff is or what it's called. But you've definitely, you know that it's a narcotic of some kind. But this has a different kind of smell to it. But you're pretty sure it's some kind of drugs. So you all leave, you're all kind of like gathered in front of the store at this moment. What would you all like to do?
How long do we have till this goes?
Jarina, you're kind of keeping track of this, right?
Before we went in, we were about 3.5 hours into the 8-hour spell, so we probably, depending on how long that took, we probably have like another 3.5 to 4 hours.
That's about right.
So, how about we wait?
Let's walk away nonchalantly.
Yeah, but I'm walking and I'm talking and walking, and how about we just wait for this thing to go away? This spell.
We could do that before we go back to home.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, wait it out a little.
Okay.
Oh my god! What?
So what's the plan right now?
Do you guys want to go to the market and just grab some food and scope things out?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. You make your way to the Penta Market. And easy enough, there's plenty of food in the Penta Market. You're able to find whatever foods it is that you're looking for fairly inexpensive. I'll say for all of you, even if you went independently to go find stuff, it probably cost you each at most a silver in total for any of the foods that you were looking to get.
DM?
Yes?
Oh, Rowan politely excuses herself and goes and uses the public privy.
Okay, yeah, and you're actually pretty versed into where they are here in the Penta Market, so it's not a problem. Trina?
Leah, do you want to find some sweets?
That sounds like a good idea. While we're looking for sweets, can I also just, if we happen to come across a fishmonger that I might have known, that would be helpful.
Are you specifically looking? If you're specifically looking for them, that would be an investigation check. If you're just hoping to maybe see them while you're walking around, that would be more of a perception check.
Well, I'm going to be looking for them as we walk around, if that makes a difference. Like actively looking.
Oh, if you're actively looking for this individual, that's going to be an investigation check. That's like asking around, looking specifically, that kind of thing.
I don't want to ask. I just want to be able to see.
So that's just perception now.
Okay.
Jarina, if you're looking for the bakery, that would be an investigation check.
Yes, sir.
So I rolled a 16 plus 8 is 24.
Okay. Yeah, just as you're kind of making your way around the Penta Market, buying foods and looking around, it's hard to not smell the distinct smell of fish. And there is definitely a section of the Penta Market that is dedicated to the selling of fish, which is pretty expensive considering that the Dwendalian Empire is landlocked for most intents and purposes. A lot of the fish are, if they are local, are mostly from some lakes within the immediate areas. But the more exotic fishes and larger fishes are imported and are very expensive. So the fishmongers in this area, their market setups are very elaborate and very expensive looking, and it's very weird. It's like, you're coming to a fancy fish stall. It's one of the oddest things that you've ever seen. But you do see your friend. He's a little heavier than you remember him. But it's definitely him, and he's wearing very, very fine clothing. And he's like, fresh fish. Who wants fresh? Holy shit. Is that you, Leonora?
Yes, how have you been?
It's been some time. It's good to see you. Things are good. Things are good.
I'm glad to see that.
So what brings you all the way out to Zadash?
A little bit of work. Still taking odd jobs.
Oh, work. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. Is that why you are here?
A little bit. I was hoping you could give me some information about a specific Crown's Guard.
That's it. Hold on. Is it? Yeah. And in Draconic, he starts talking to someone like in a tent that's behind him. And you see a younger, silver-scaled Dragonborn come out and begins talking to them in Draconic. And he goes, "All right, he's going to watch the stall. Come with me. Is this your friend?" And he points to Jarina.
Yes.
Oh, actually, wait a minute. He would not even recognize you because
that's
you
what
are.
I was wondering.
I was wondering about that too.
Because we're all human.
That's right. He wouldn't even recognize you. Yeah, so we're going to rewind that a little bit.
Okay.
And,
in which case,
yeah.
I just want to know where he is.
Oh yeah, you find him. Like, it's very clearly,
Okay.
he's fresh fish. Come get the finest fish straight from the Menagerie Coast. Come. You get the best prices only here. Come. And very clearly you see him without any issue. So now you know where he is.
Okay. Yep. So I can find him when I need him.
Okay. But Jarina, what did you get for your investigation check?
I got an 18.
18. Yeah, without any problems, any issues, folks point you in the direction of this specific bakery called Grains of Bliss. And as your group begins to kind of make their way over to this bakery, it is very busy. There is a line of people out the door waiting to get baked goods from this specific bakery. And on the inside, you can see a number of people behind counters, as well as at least a dozen, if not more, patrons on the inside. And it's just busy. Like, people are just like, asking for specific orders, and they're getting the orders filled by what looks like to be about 7 or 8 employees within this bakery. It's one-story bakery, but it definitely seems to be very busy in this particular moment. Drina.
Are there any particular items that are emphasized when they're asked for, or any type of special order or anything like that?
Well, this is what you can garner from just watching through the windows and being outside. The minute you try to get closer to get inside, the people on the line are like, "Hey, don't cut the line, get in the back of the line." They seem really pissed off if it looks like you're trying to get ahead of them. And it's not just a specific person. it is literally everybody in line. Like it is. This seems to be a pretty popular bakery.
Okay. I'm going to nudge Leah, and I'm just gonna point at the line. I'm gonna wait over here. And the people who got upset, like, do they seem like they're I don't know, kind of like the halfling, like twitching or like just very irritable, or just
Make an insight check for me.
12.
12. You'd probably have to talk with them or interact with them a little more. It's really hard to say, but they were definitely very attentive to their place in line. And the minute you seem to just you weren't necessarily trying to cut, you were like trying to look in the doorway, and immediately the minute you got ahead of the people in line, they all began, hey, what are you doing? Hey, no, you got to get in line. And they were very attentive to that. And when you began to walk and actually get in line, they seemed pretty satisfied and kind of calmed down immediately. But anything more than that, you would definitely have to kind of strike up a conversation, or be really close to them and try to actually do something more in depth to get that kind of idea.
Okay, I'll do that after everybody else does something.
What are the rest of you doing after you see Jarena get yelled at by this very long line of people?
I'm gonna wait in line
Watching.
with her.
Okay.
I'm gonna wait in front of the shop.
Yeah,
Okay.
me too.
Yeah.
But I kind of whispered to Jarena, maybe we should wait till later.
I'm just looking around.
Okay.
So you said Squall, and who else? Rowan, you're waiting in front of the store?
I allowed my nose to lead me to this bakery.
Okay. I'm sorry. And Sora and Squall were in the front. Galen,
Yeah,
what do
me
you do? And Phoebe? Galen, what about you?
I guess I'll be in front of line. I don't really have anything urgent to do. So.
Okay. So
Well, not in
Squall,
front of the line, but
Squall, Phoebe,
Hi,
Galen, and Sora, make me individual perception checks, please. Sora, what'd you get?
7.
7. Squall?
12.
12. Leah? Not Leah. I'm sorry, Phoebe?
16.
16. Galen?
13. But
13.
one of them was a nat 20. That's so sad.
All right, so Phoebe, as the four of you begin to kind of take up a little spot near the front, you notice that I want to say 1, 2, the first 4 or 5 people who are by the door waiting to get in to the bakery, there is still a line of people ahead of them, within the bakery, right? But the 4 people that are just from the door on outside, those 4 people, as you watch as the 4 of you kind of go off to the side, they all just not at the same time, but they all kind of clock you and they start staring at you and Sora and Squall and Galen. And they seem to be very intently looking at the 4 of you. And they stop only when it's very apparent that you're not trying to cut the line.
I notice anything about their eyes.
Make a medicine check.
Medicine. 15.
15. There's nothing specific about their eyes, but what makes you a little suspicious is how jumpy they are. And
A Tweaky Bakery too.
And you can't put your finger on it, but how attentive they were, like how quickly they were, just like they clocked you, and then just were they seemed to be satisfied that you were not trying to cut the line. But every now and then they do just kind of like make sure that you're not cutting, just are watching all of you.
They dust in those donuts with cocaine.
What's cocaine?
Exactly.
Sure, but this is what you are doing. This is what you're anticipating. And Jarina and Leah, you are on the line for a good 30 minutes, going on 40, before you actually get up to the door.
Was there somebody? Was there a male or female in front of us?
There's a woman in front of you.
I want to tap her on her shoulder gently. Excuse me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I just wanted to ask you a question.
Oh, no, that's fine, that's fine. Yes, what?
This is my first time here. What?
This is your first time?
Yes.
Oh, it's so good here. It's so delicious. It's just delicious food here. You're going to love it. I promise you.
How are the prices here? Are they quite affordable?
Oh, very affordable. This is why they're so busy. It's just quality food at just the lowest prices here in the Penta Market. And it's just, I don't even know why the other bakeries are still in business. Like, they should just pack up and go, because ever since they they started the business a few months ago here, it's just been packed and just amazing goods every day, without a doubt.
Oh, so they've only been around for a few months.
Yeah, no, just a few months. It's been amazing.
Is there anything specifically special that you like about these products?
Oh, the bear claws. The bear claws are amazing. You should try them. But you should also, they've actually begun selling the Menagerie Coast bear claws with extra cinnamon. They're just to die for.
Oh, I'm excited.
Do you ever get bear claws from anywhere else or just here?
Oh, no. I just, ever since I discovered this place, I don't go to any other bakery anymore. I just come right here. There's no point. I've tried pastries and baked goods from most of the bakers here in the Penta Market. This, hands down, is the best.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I'm so happy for you that this is going to be your first time here. I wish I could go back to my first time, because it was just like, I know what to expect now. But that first day, it was just like, it was like the gods blessed my mouth. I don't know how to put it to you. It's like, you just have to experience it yourself.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Out of game, would it be an insight check to analyze how she's talking, her mannerism? Like, is there something extra, or is it just like a sugar rush?
Make a medicine check for me.
Gotcha.
Out of game, I just want whoever this baker is to be the gentleman. I don't know why. I just think it's him. He just makes such good baking goods.
He sent you to collect the debt from himself? That would be interesting.
No, not from him, but I don't know, it would just be funny just to see he's the one baking all this good shit.
Jarina, what'd you get?
Guys, is it okay if I use another group inspiration?
Sure.
Okay, 21. Instead of
21.
a 3.
Okay. Yeah, as you're talking to this young lady, and she seems to be fairly young. She seems to be maybe like mid to late 20s. And as she's talking to you, she is definitely talking at an excited pace. But you don't know her, so you're not 100% sure if like this is her normal pace or if this is fast. Like she could be. There are fast talkers and people who talk and gesticulate, a lot. So this could be normal. But what starts to kind of make you suspect there's something a little extra, is she is sweating profusely. And as she's talking, she's also not swallowing. And so like there's spittle just kind of like forming on the sides of her mouth. And every now and then she just, she does wipe it off. And it's a very quick gesture. And anybody who's not looking for it would probably easily miss it. But it's the sweating, the not swallowing, and, in addition to the fast talking and the gesticulating, that kind of give you the impression that she's going through some kind of withdrawal. And while she's not in a bad place right now, she's on her way. It's like the beginning stages of a withdrawal. And you're not 100% sure what that could be. But it's definitely something going on with this young lady.
All right. I'm going to just stay in line and kind of keep an observational eye on everything.
Okay. Team holding up the wall, I need you to all make perception checks, individual perception checks for me. So Squall, Phoebe, Galen, and Sora. And actually you too, Rowan, since you have made your way back to the group.
What was that, hon?
Individual perception checks.
It's 14.
14? Okay. Phoebe?
9.
Phoebe?
23.
23. Rowan?
15.
15. Galen?
12.
Rowan, Squall, and Phoebe. Well, actually, Galen and Sora, you guys are talking to each other. You're smelling all of the baked goods. It smells delicious. Like it really does. Like you can smell like what smells like cooked fruits. And then like sugar and sweetness. Like it smells really good just standing out here. Rowan, Phoebe, and Squall, you smell the same thing. But you actually begin to notice that those people on the line who are just like very attentive to their places in line, as they're leaving, they've actually entered the bakery, and you've been there for like a good 40 minutes. And so you're watching some of these people go in and also come out. They seem a lot calmer and slower walking out of the actual, as they're actually like, they have like wrapped goods with them, but they're also eating on the way out. Every single one of them has had something in their hands eating, and they seem calmer and they seem happy. But they actually seem to also, a few of them actually bump into some of you as they're leaving, not noticing that you were there. But very clearly, when you were out front, Phoebe, they absolutely knew exactly where you were standing, how many of you there were, because they were just clocking all of you. But coming out, it was like they don't care anymore.
Wow, I knew sugar was addictive, but this is ridiculous.
Shit's probably that good.
You think they have good pie in there?
I mean, I've only had meat pies. I've never actually had a real pie, so probably.
You are very deprived. I will get you a pie. Probably not from here, but I will get you one.
Listen,
Okay.
after the last two places we went to, I'm not sure I want to eat anything from this place.
People are acting a little strange, aren't they?
Just a tad.
So, as another half hour goes by, Leah and Jarina, you can see that you are actually the next two that will be able to go on into the actual bakery to begin your order. And there is a line of more people behind you. And you can see at this point, one of the actual workers here comes out in the front and says, "All right, so we're only going to take the next 5 customers before we break for lunch." And then you hear the people behind you are like, "Oh, come on!" And he's like, "No, it's just an hour. We need a break. We also need to replenish, put more things out on the shelves, and then you can all come back. I promise." Excuse me. And they're like, "Ah," and they all just kind of like, start getting upset, and some of them actually start leaving the line. A few of them are like, no, I'm going to stay here even the whole time that they're on break. And there's just some people who are determined to do that. Others have decided to kind of leave and come back. But Jarina, you and Leah are the first 2 of the next 5 people who will be allowed in for before the lunch break takes place, and that is where we're going to call it for the evening.
That was quite successful tonight.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
We did it. Yay, guys.
Bit rough in the beginning. but
Go
yay.
us.
Yeah, just trying to leave.
Alrighty, great game, everybody.
Yeah, it was good.
It's fun.
It was a little, like I said, it was a little rocky at first. Definitely.
All I want is pastry now. Thank you, DM.
You're welcome.
Wegmans is still open. We can take a ride.
That's the spirit.
Or Go
Yeah.
Puff. We need our cake.
So
I just want to say one thing, Rowan. That was great. Deactivating your entangle on command and us using that to our advantage.
that did help.
I'm glad I helped finally.
And Sora's perfectly timed flaming book.
Yes.
That was excellent.
Yes.
Excellent intimidation tactic.
That
I
could have
mean-
gone either really well or really horribly. And knowing our group, I was thinking it was gonna go really horribly.
I thought the whole place was gonna go up.
I thought so too, but it didn't, which is good. And we found out some things.
Yeah,
So-
and instead this thing just burst out into this blue liquid cocaine or some shit like that.
It was the blue crystals, the special meth.
It's either meth or crack.
I was expecting it to explode and kill all of us.
Well,
Wouldn't be surprised.
nobody's doing anything with the things that they're finding, so I guess we'll never know. So yeah, we will see what happens next time. Now that you are getting ready to enter this strange bakery, and just as a reminder to everybody, there will not be any streams of our D&D sessions next Wednesday or Thursday. There will be Friday Night Magic as usual, but there will be no D&D sessions for most of the week, as most of us will be taking the week off. But we will be back the following week to conclude, or continue rather, this interesting thread of our players shaking down people. Very, very interesting. I like where this is going. I like how you guys are handling this so far. The planning is a little rough, but that is D&D, so that's cool. And I want to thank everybody who has given inspirations over the course of the evening, and just sticking with us. Very quick shout outs to Unknown Master Zero. Thank you for following the channel. Also, thank you to everyone who is watching and continuing to support all of the things we're doing. So again, as a reminder, next week, with the exception of Friday, there will be no streams. And we'll be back the following week. We will be back Wednesdays with our new campaign, Tyranny of Dragons, starting August 25th. And August 16th is the Monster Hearts 2 wrap-up session, where you get to ask and pick my brain about things that happened in the campaign. Why was this character's mom a sex therapist? Why was Jimi Hendrix one of her lovers? These are questions that actually will come up because these are things that actually happened in the game. And I'm not being facetious. These are actual things that happened in the game. So, these are questions that might come up, and you can ask me questions. My players are going to ask me questions. I might ask my players questions. It'll be cool. It'll be fun. So please join us for that as well. So thank you once again to everybody. Thank you for the support. Remember to be kind to yourself, be kind to others. Let's continue to support all the things that we love and we're passionate about, and keep lifting each other up. As we end for the evening, we are going to, as usual, raid someone. Let's show whoever we raid, please, let's show them some love, the same love that you showed here. And because that's what we're here to do. We're here to help each other, lift each other up, support each other. And that's how we get through life, is by being there for each other. So thank you once again. We love you all very much, and we will see you next time. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.